the CSD, the CLB, and the City Council to order, please. And I'm going to ask the city clerk, would you do a roll call at this time, please?
Sure. Councilmember Martinez Propo.
Here.
Councilmember Santangelo.
Here.
Councilmember Tremblay.
Here.
Vice Mayor Tennyson.
Here.
And Mayor Kildee.
Here. All right, we have some closed sessions. Counselor, would you like to explain the reasons why we need to go into closed session?
Yes, thank you. We have 4 items on closed session this afternoon. It's OPV Coalition versus Fox Canyon Groundwater Management. We have conference with legal counsel on anticipated litigation under Government Code Section 54956.9 D2, one potential case, and then we have under Government Code Section 54956.9 D4, initiation of litigation pursuant to the Government Code, 2 potential cases, one which relates to the intervention in the Perdomo versus Nome matter. And if there's any reportable action, I will make that report.
All right, so you've heard the reasons. So with that, we're going to recess and we'll be back at 5. All right, I'm going to call back to order the Camarillo City Council, the Camarillo Sanitary District, and the Camarillo Library Board. And I'll ask the city clerk, please, to take a roll.
Yes, Councilmember Martinez Bravo,
Here.
Councilmember Santangelo,
Here.
Councilmember Tremblay, Vice Mayor Tennyson,
Here.
and Mayor Kildee.
Here. With that, I'm going to ask Councilmember Tremblay if he please lead us in the flag salute tonight.
Sure. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next, approval of the agenda. Any changes to the agenda? Hearing none. We're going to get down to general public comments. Madam Clerk, are there any public that'd like to make a general public comment tonight?
I do not see anybody who signed up under general public comments, which is the item for anything that is not on the agenda. Is it item P or under general public comments?
These are just general.
Okay, let me check.
These are non-agendized items that you can make a comment on at
Okay,
this
now I
particular
see some
point.
5 names. Okay, so the first name I see is Claudia Gonzalez, and then you're going to have 3 minutes. And after Claudia will be Maria Acosta. And you're going to come up here and speak up there. When your 3 minutes is up, you'll just notice that the mic will go mute, and then we'll go on to the next person.
Okay. I think the microphone's on. Thank you.
No?
Yeah.
Okay. Claudia Gonzalez, again. This is my 3rd time here. And my public comment is just to say that, again, I'm disappointed. Yesterday was the second chance for you guys to show your face at the Board of Supervisors to support Vianney Lopez. And I understand that you guys said you were going to talk about it, but that's not the point. What I wanted to see was your face there, or maybe even over Zoom, and you guys didn't go. That just shows me that you're not listening, or, again, we're all busy, but we all find time to make what matters to us. So please show your face when it comes to matters that your community is clearly here to talk to you about. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Go ahead. And after Maria Acosta would be Joseph Dobzinski.
Okay. Good evening. The topic I want to talk about for general comment is a follow-up. I want to thank Mayor Kildee for the video you just did. I got to watch it on YouTube. I have a question or a comment or a request related to the action you're going to take on that. I believe it's going to be a website. I did go to the website for the city. I didn't see it yet, so I don't know if I missed it or if it's still being worked on. But what I would ask is any information that you're going to post related to what's been going on is what I've noticed is we seem to be overlooking the whole process about the H-2A visa program. So I would ask that anything that the city posts on its website as far as information and resources, that you do include how to apply for and what the H-2A visa program is, since I realize what's part of what the concern is whether or not there'll be a sufficient number of agricultural workers. And I don't hear that spoken about a lot by our government officials. And I think it should be spoken out more, because that is the process if you're going to be short of workers. And the second thing I would ask you to include on your site, and I mentioned it when I was here last week, my concern about how the rhetoric, the anti-law enforcement rhetoric, is very high right now, and that has a trickle-down effect onto local law enforcement. And I would actually like to see an affirmative law enforcement support statement related to that website about the fact that you cannot interfere with law enforcement, whether they are local, state, or federal law enforcement. And a reminder that law enforcement does your work as a legislative body. If you do an ordinance, if the state passes laws, if the Congress passes laws, it falls on law enforcement to enforce those laws. So I would ask for those affirmative statements of support, because I do not want a repeat of defund the police that happened in 2020 to happen in 2025. Thank you.
Jim?
Okay, Joseph?
My name is Joseph Dubzinski Jr. I'm a resident of Camarillo. At 9 a.m. yesterday, there was a raid attempt at Somas Ranch Apartments. 3 ICE vehicles who did not display a warrant in any way, shape, or form went onto private property and decided to try to go after individuals that live there. And this is in direct violation of the temporary restraining order, which prevents them from targeting people because of their race, the neighborhood they live in, the language they speak, or the profession they have. So when we talk about upholding the law, we want to make sure that ICE is upholding the law as well as anybody else that's there. Now, luckily, we were already able to get in there and organize and mobilize that neighborhood thanks to VC Defensa and 805 UndocuFund. And we were able to drive them out. We also discovered that there were 3 other raid vehicles staging themselves, one at the orthopedic center that was there, one at the business that's across the way there with the Starbucks, and then one actually drove their way all the way to the Camarillo Police Department, driving recklessly, past a school, past the library, and then pulled in to have the gall to say that they felt fear for their lives. I implore you to support the lawsuit with the ACLU. The ICE is not following the law, and they are violating rights, they are violating judicial rulings, they are violating the temporary restraining order. And I also ask you to take the actions we discussed 2 meetings ago, even if they are performative. At least the community would know you tried, that you cared, and instead of doing nothing. And it just, oh, God. These families go to school in Camarillo, they spend their tax dollars in Camarillo, they pay way more into taxes in the county than they ever receive back out, and they deserve to have the dignity and respect and due process that's due to them. And we had to do all this because the sheriff in the last meeting, given the platform that he was given, said that he will not help them. And if anybody tries to help defend them, or if they try to defend themselves, that the sheriff will come in on the side of ICE to make sure that they can do what they need to do. Add to that the harassment and intimidation of activists, both in 805 UndocuFund and VC Defensa. And it's no wonder that the public doesn't trust law enforcement right now. We do not go out there and tell people to not trust law enforcement. The communities we are working with tell us they no longer trust law enforcement, and there's no reason to disabuse them of that idea because they've been abandoned by law enforcement as far as anybody else is concerned. So that the politics of the sheriff don't become the politics of our law enforcement, I once again want to raise the idea of removing the contract from Ventura County Sheriff's Office for our police department and to have our own Camarillo Police Department that is beholden to this council, not the politics of the county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have Amy Dubzinski, and Blanca Ortega will be right after.
Good evening. My name is Amy Dubzinski. I'm an educator and a 20-year Camarillo resident. I spoke a few weeks ago and I returned to City Council today asking you to please do more. We have been back in school for a week, and twice raids have been attempted at the Somas Ranch Apartments. I say attempted because we had community volunteers prepared to chase them out before they could kidnap anyone. Before you state that it's not Camarillo's problem, let me remind you that their students attend our schools. They attend my school, and they're scared. They also, in addition to being at our schools, they spend their hard-earned dollars here, and they frequent our community. They belong here. I speak this evening for my students and their families. Please take action to let them know that they are valued members of our community. We as educators do our best to create a safe haven at school. Please do something so they also are feeling safe within the walls of their home. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Blanca?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. First, I want to thank you for always emphasizing how public safety matters to this council and to our community. At the last meeting, when Sheriff Fryhoff was here, he said something that I can't stop thinking about. He said, if you call 911, we'll come. But in that same conversation, he also admitted that if he gets a heads up that ICE is in the area, they don't dispatch those 911 calls. That is giving a playbook to predators. They know if you follow ICE agents, no one's going to come to save them. We know there have been documented cases across the country of people impersonating ICE agents, knocking on doors, pulling over people, and even attempting kidnappings. In those moments, the public does what we've always been told to do, call 911. But what happens when no one comes? This is not safe. It is terrifying. I urge you to direct our local law enforcement to adopt clear, common sense guidelines like those used by LAPD that I spoke about at last meeting. When a 911 call comes in, dispatch somebody. Verify their identity, claiming to be law enforcement. Protect residents from harm, regardless of their immigration status. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Spencer Ritchie, and after Spencer will be Susanna Botten.
Hello. All right. A few things. One, obviously, yes, I also support the formation of a CPD that is beholden to you guys. And also, like, just more in the way, and also, like, donations to, like, the private groups that are doing that hard work of, like, setting up like legal funds and getting like lawyers and stuff for the people who are being kidnapped by ICE. And I also support like basically like clear further like guidelines and all that stuff to stop the ICE kidnappings basically from destroying us. And I'm also gonna add another concern. So I believe it was last Thursday. It was that day with the huge outage across half of Camarillo. And on the city's website, I saw that it was planned maintenance on SoCal Edison's part, which is the first issue. Why have planned maintenance when it's a brutal heat wave? And two, according to the city website, it was scheduled to continue until about 4:30. It was supposed to be done by about 4:30. My house lost power until I think a bit after 6:30. It might have been nearly 7. Recently, my mom went to the grocery store after the outage, and she overheard like old ladies that were complaining about how much food they had to throw away because they lost power for long enough that their food went bad in their fridges because the fridges weren't working. Not only is that just awful in general, and also our city hasn't been particularly great about having a lot of geographic or time coverage with its cooling centers, with notably one of them, the Camarillo Library. It also lost power until at least 4:30, I think. At least 3:30 or 4:30. It was a while. So basically, in tandem with all the ICE kidnappings, basically this city, and also there are like medical devices and stuff that probably like, lost power or whatever, and like medicines that went bad. What I'm getting in tandem with the not very much being done about the ICE kidnappings is that this city is telling undesirables to go screw themselves, basically. You're a bunch of eugenicists. That's what I think.
I'm sorry, Spencer.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you. If we don't want to cut anybody off, but we like to hold everybody to the 3-minute if we could, because you want to be fair to everybody. We want to be inclusive to everybody. So if you could keep your comments to the 3 minutes, it would be really helpful. Okay. Thank
Okay, and
you.
after Susanna will be Chris Mastrovito.
My name is Susana Canales Barron. I'm a volunteer with 805 Immigrant Coalition. I'm sorry. I'm going to try to hold it together. I support everything that everyone here from 805 Immigrant Coalition has shared. I just want to share my own personal story and something that my mom has told me from her own experience with being brutally detained by ICE. they put us in a patrol car all night as we were drenched from being in the water. They laughed at us. They told us we looked like gelatin. She is just one family member who I have in my family who has been brutally detained by ICE. And the impacts that it's had on my life, I don't even know. The scar is so deep, I don't even know in the ways that it has impacted me yet. As a teenager, I dropped out of high school. I had such a hard time because of the unjust policies, the immigration policies. But with hard work and through the help of the city that I lived in at the time, I was able to get my master's from Stanford. But this isn't a happy story, because there are so many things that my family that I'm not able to do because of the unjust immigration policies. But the city tonight has the power to help your community, our community, who has contributed so much. I thank you for your time, and I ask for you to look inside your heart to help the people who live, who work, who contribute here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Chris?
My name is Chris Mastrovito. I'm a resident of Camarillo. I was born and raised here. My dad had his practice in St. John's for over 30 years. As a radiologist, I attended Los Primeros School for all of those 8 years. And I've been a resident for the past 8 years. My 2 kids attend PVSD schools. And as a secondary school teacher in Carpinteria, where the other side of the July 10th raids happened, this issue's hit me at home and at work. And it took evidence such as those over this summer to bring me to this podium for the first time, having called this city my home almost all my life. And the effects of those raids continue to echo and reverberate through this community. And I began exercising my free speech right, speaking out along with many others here, which is, activism is American, even patriotic. And rather than, quote, sowing discord and harming trust within the community, the activists in this county have sowed nothing but love and kindness and support for our community, which is under assault. Government should protect the vulnerable and set an example. We can't simply capitulate and abandon our right to assemble. And that right to assemble is being demonized and met with such disdain by people claiming to be patriots. And here I have, this is in my hand, I have a note, a handwritten note, which I discovered taped to my car as I was leaving a protest. This is at the Camarillo Park and Ride. I don't know if you can read it, but I'm sorry. It says, "Go back to Mexico, wetback." Confusing and alarming for lots of reasons. I was born and raised here, and alarming because whoever did so made an effort to identify my vehicle as belonging to a protester, and alarming mostly because the sentiment that expresses is that anyone who stands for immigrant rights must themselves be a criminal, undocumented, foreign national. There is, in this view, no space for someone like me to stand with immigrants, and those people must be doing so not in their service of others, but in their own selfish interest, because they must be in league with criminals. This person with their hate crudely scrawled on a napkin is threatening hate speech to silence the voices of those that champion the rights of our most vulnerable people. And I bring this up because this council should be aware that this right to protest, to assemble, to observe and film what happens in public spaces is legal and protected. And what they're doing is good and necessary, and yet there's this dark undercurrent of hate here for those that participate in any of those civic exercises, as those of us standing for human rights become more visible and our voices become louder. I'm afraid that this is emboldened partly by inaction by leaders to address the problem in a meaningful way. So stand with us or watch as these hateful words turn into hateful deeds. Take this seriously and send the message you stand with your community against hate. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, is there anyone else that you're aware of?
That's everybody. I just wanted to double check. That's everybody on the list.
Okay, is there anyone else, non-agenda item that would like to? come up? Okay, yes, would you come forward if you could? I don't have. You have to come up here, ma'am, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, you'll have to come up to the microphone if you want, or talk to the city clerk first. And it's a non-agendized item for public comment.
Non-agenda.
Yeah, could you state your name if you wouldn't mind
yes.
for the record?
My name is Martha Trulock, and I am not with 805. I'm not a paid activist. I don't hate migrants. I think this venue is being taken over, and this is really the city issue. The migrant issue is federal. I hear it said that there's no room for dissent. Well, you know, I don't feel that I can actually speak. There are more people who have concerns about what is going on. Really, with the 805, I have a problem with paid activists, paid organizers. Now, I know not everybody is in that category, but I feel there's, and I'm not the only one, there's a lack of tolerance by the activists to even listen to what other people are saying. I think the biggest problem is when you say migrant and then you go all out activist, there's a difference. My grandparents came through Ellis Island. My mother came to the US when she was 8 years old. I understand immigration, but there's a difference. There's a difference between illegal and legal, and I just feel that if you, I almost think the inclusion is almost too much. It's muddying the water, and I feel sorry for the whole situation. And I think that if California did not have a law such that law enforcement, I feel like I want to speak to, that law enforcement can talk to each other, we wouldn't be in this position. You talk about going out to the Somas Ranch complex. We can't, the California or the immigration, can't talk to anyone in California because of the law. So don't blame it on the feds if they can't talk to anyone. Don't blame it on 911. They can't talk to ICE. So I think we've got a huge communication problem here. And let me just say again, God bless everybody. I don't hate anybody. I am just feeling unheard, not understood. And you talk about black and white. Just because I'm not an activist doesn't mean that I and probably a great majority of Camarillo residents don't understand. We understand. This is a long, generational, multi-generational issue. I'm glad it's
Okay,
being
thank you.
worked on.
I'm going to thank you for your comments. I want to
Thank
hold
you very
everybody to
much.
3 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry if I ran over. I didn't, there's no clock, right? Where
It's
is
up
it?
there.
It's
Thank you for your comments.
different from years ago.
Is there anyone else? Do you have any other cards? You have one in
I don't.
Okay.
You can go ahead and come up. Just if you can state your names into the microphone
Yeah,
so I
if
can
you
add
would,
you.
please.
I did sign up for another item, but not for this one.
Okay. And name?
Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Primitiva Hernandez, and I'm the Executive Director of 805 on DocuFund. I wanted to take this time, even though I didn't sign up, to introduce myself and my organization. And this is the first time that I come to Camarillo, as it has been many other cities that I've myself and our group of volunteers There are more organizers and activists. I proudly say that because they have stood with me and my community, not behind me, but next to me, shoulder to shoulder, and have witnessed firsthand the horror that is happening in our very own communities. 805 UndocuFund is a nonprofit organization that was founded in 2018. Initially, 3 years as a project under fiscally sponsored by Ventura County Community Foundation. And it was founded by CAUSE, Future Leaders of America, Mixteco Indígena Community Organizing Project, with the support of the McCoon Foundation. And for 3 years, it was a project that came out of the Thomas Fire, when a need was identified to support the migrant communities that were disproportionately being impacted by climate-induced disaster, with no access to safety nets such as cash assistance, food stamps, FEMA. This sector of the community was being heavily impacted and left without any support. 3 years now, on December of 2021, we became our own 501c3 and just completed our 3rd year of being a standalone nonprofit. Now, why is 805 UndocuFund in immigrant rights, in the immigrant rights movement as of now? It's because the underlying issue, at least one piece of it, of why the migrant community is disproportionately impacted by disasters, by what we are seeing right now with federal enforcement, is because of both parties, the Democrat and the Republicans, have failed to pass a comprehensive immigration reform. That is one piece of the puzzle. Historically, the communities of color have been impacted and have been judged differently by the justice system. We are part of the sector of the community that has been abused by many oppressive systems. That is what we're fighting today. And our community here, our volunteer organizers, first responders, have witnessed now firsthand, many of them coming here for the first time, to voice what they are now seeing. Things that we have been speaking for generations and will continue, because this will not be over today or tomorrow. So we're here for the long fight. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else? Madam Clerk, do you have any other cards? No. Ma'am, would you like, if you could state your name, if you would, for the record, we'd appreciate it. And again, 3 minutes, if you would.
Sure.
Thank you.
My name is Mary Kennedy. I am signed up to speak to item P, but I would very briefly like to address the federal litigation, Perdomo versus Noam, and I know that you have talked about it amongst yourselves, and I would urge that Camarillo participate in that litigation. It's easy to say, well, you know, somebody down in LA already has that case, they're working on it, and that's fine. But the nuance, which may be specific to Los Angeles County, is not the same as the nuance which is going to be specific to us here in Camarillo, where we are in primarily an agricultural area. Our interests may be different, and you may have heard, it's certainly not original with me, but if you're not at the table, you are likely on the menu. Let us make sure that when the final order is written in that case, we are at the table so that those issues which may be unique to us are fully addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, any other comments? Oh, okay. Again, a non-agenda item if you prefer. Thank you so much.
My name is Julie Hansen. I just wanted to thank Councilmember Santangelo for helping me the morning on Sunday when the vandalism was reported, and we were able to coordinate along with Bev Dransfeld. We got it all sorted and taken care of very quickly, and I think it's very important that our community knows that we don't stand for any of that, and that it's very important to all of us to work together so nobody has to deal with that. nobody has to see that. And even while I was there, verifying the location and keeping an eye on the space, community members came by and were so disheartened to see that those things written in their own community. So I just wanted to say thank you for being available so early in the morning on Sunday and helping.
Thank you. Anyone else? Don't think so. Okay, Madam Clerk, any other announcement at this particular point?
No.
The translations?
Oh, I mentioned that earlier.
Oh, you did,
that
okay.
We do have the interpreters in the back if anybody needed their services.
Okay,
They're right back there.
thank you. So it's going to get down to council staff and intergovernmental reports, and we can start off with council comments. Any of my colleagues up here like to start us off tonight? Vice Mayor Tennyson.
I'll be very quick. I've had one reportable meeting in the last 2 weeks, and that was August 20th, the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. And that's all I have.
Anyone else like to go? Susan, would you like to?
Thank you. I just have 2 meetings to report. August 21st, CPA Executive Committee. And the week before that, August 14th, was the Healthy Camarillo Ad Hoc Committee. And I just did want to say something about that graffiti. I really didn't do much. I contacted Bev, who reminded me it was PVRPD property. She got on top of it. Law enforcement was there on their own, really. So, but I'm glad it was cleaned up so quickly. I obviously denounce the graffiti. It was really sad to see that. It's really hard to see that in our community and in our parks. And it was a weekend, and it was a day where, families would be there and see that sort of thing. So I'm so glad that we were able to get it cleaned up. But I'm not sure what we do about that, except we keep talking about it, and we keep educating, and we keep pushing to do better. Thank you.
You want to go, Marchito? Would you like to go?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. On August 19th, I attended the Ventura County VCCU ribbon cutting with Mayor Kildee on the grand opening of their branch here in Camarillo at the old Toppers. So congratulations to VCCU and welcome to Camarillo. August 21, I attended the Ventura County Animal Services meeting hosted in the city of Moore Park, and thank you to the city of Moore Park for doing that. On August 21st, I attended the Economic Development Collaborative meeting. And on August 22nd, I attended the nonprofit town hall with Senator Limon and Assemblymember Bennett. There was a lot of information that was brought forth in terms of some proposed legislation to continue to support our nonprofit sector, given that our city has been, through our goals and objectives, has been centering the nonprofit sector. I think that's a conversation that I'd like to have with staff to try to follow up on some of that legislation that's coming forward as well. And then August 25th, I had the investment committee meeting. And yesterday, August 26th, I had a staff meeting with Councilmember Tennyson to discuss, and city staff to discuss the update on the funding for our wastewater plant. It will be the most expensive capital improvement project in the history of Camarillo, and definitely an important one where we need a lot of funding to make that possible, because at the end of the day, we all need to flush our toilets. Unfortunately, we have been seeing heartbreaking and disturbing pattern of hate in our community, especially this year. I am aware of the hateful incident that happened in our city and that took place over the weekend. I was in touch with Mayor Kildee to inform him of the incident, and I acknowledge that this can also be very traumatizing for those who witnessed it. And I also know that this is a part of a bigger issue within our country. As I have brought forward before, on June 18th, unfortunately, there was a constituent who here from Camarillo who was also a victim of some of that hate. This was targeting a Black family in the city of Camarillo. And when I heard about the incident and she called me, I went over and I was there, and it is extremely traumatizing to see racial slurs. And you can just imagine what that's like when it's happening in your home. I have spoken then, and I continue to speak now. I have brought forth well, actually, when I asked for her feedback, she was in support of an anti-hate resolution, which I brought forth, and that is something that I'm still working on, and Councilmember Santangelo will be reviewing as well. So I'm in the process of finalizing that, and I want to make it clear that the city of Camarillo will not be tolerant of any type of hate, and that hate has no place in this city. This is everyone's home, whether you work, play, or live here, and everyone deserves to be safe and valued. I'll try to make this short. I think we have a real problem in this country when even myself as a Mexican-American US citizen does not feel safe due to the dehumanization that we have seen by federal authorities. I see every day the psychological impacts of immigration enforcement also on our farm workers, the community which I also serve. Additionally, I do think it's important to acknowledge language and how that matters. The reality is there is no such thing as an illegal person. While there are people with undocumented status, every person, regardless of immigration status, holds dignity and respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tremblay, anything tonight?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. For meetings attended on August 14th, Healthy Camarillo. On the 15th, Utilities Committee, dealing principally with cell phone coverage issues. On the 16th, I had the opportunity to volunteer at Wings Over Camarillo, and I just want to send out a quick shout out to all of the volunteers who worked at the show, at the air show, and the County Department of Airports. It was, I think, very successful. On August 20, the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, principally those are traffic safety issues. On August 22, I had a lengthy special board meeting for the Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency. On August 26th, Utilities Committee, a lengthy meeting regarding our upcoming wastewater treatment plant rehabilitation and or replacement, depending on where we go with that. But it's a huge, Councilmember Martinez Bravo spoke about it briefly, and I echo that. It is going to be the largest public works project in our city's history, and the amount of money potentially involved is astronomical. Today, the 27th, I chaired the California Association of Sanitation Agencies board meeting, and I had another regular board meeting with the Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency. So those are the meetings. On a totally separate item, I want to denounce the recent vandalism which occurred. It's totally unacceptable. It's the vandalism that's been referred to earlier in this meeting. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, events, Thursday, August 14th, I had a meeting with Assembly Bennett's Chief of Staff here in Camarillo. Friday, August 15th, we had a Utilities Committee. Sunday, August 17th, I attended the Wings Over the Camarillo, one of the Grand Marshals there. It was a really hot day, but it was a lot of fun. A lot of people there, which is great. VRSD, Tuesday the 19th, I attended a VRSD special meeting, and I also attended the Ventura County Credit Union ribbon cutting at a new bank, which is the old Toppers. If you got a chance to go on over there, They did a great job rehabbing that building. Friday, August 22nd, I attended the CSUCI Gateway Hall dedication and ribbon cutting. If you get a chance to get out to CSUCI, go check out that building. It's state-of-the-art. It's a beautiful building. Took several years, but it was worth the wait. Later that evening, I went to Adolfo Camarillo High School, which had the opening of their football game, and they asked me to toss the coin. Monday, August 25th, we had an investment committee meeting, and Tuesday, August 26th, I also attended the Utilities Committee meeting. And I'd also like to make a real quick comment. I've been up here for a while. Camarillo does not accept any hate in any way, shape, or form in the past, currently, or in the present. So we will find the perpetrator of this at some point, and they will be looked at and to the full extent of the law. And that is not our community, and it never will be. And my hope is that we will not have to talk about this ever again. So we feel very strongly about this issue. I feel very strongly about this. So do my colleagues. All right, so with that, we are going to get down to item D. It's a library activity updates and annual report. Is Mandy here to, oh, there you are, right there. Mandy, welcome. Thanks again. Proceed, please.
Good evening, Mayor Kevin Kildee and library trustees. I'm going to start my presentation first with the library activity report for this month, and then I will present on the library annual report. One City, One Book is a nationwide community reading program to inspire community conversations. And the One City, One Book program was created in 1998 by librarian Nancy Pearl and has since become popular in libraries nationwide. In 2012, the Camarillo Board of Library Trustees approved the program for the Camarillo Public Library, and we have coined the event Camarillo Reads. The Camarillo Public Library Camarillo Reads Committee is proud to select Lady Tan's Circle of Women by Lisa C. for this year's selection. Lisa C. lives in Los Angeles and is a New York Times bestselling author of several books, including Snow, Flower, and the Secret Fan, The Tea Girl of Hummingbird Lane, Island of Sea Women, Shanghai Girls, and China Dolls. Her books are beloved by many of our library patrons. C was honored as a National Woman of the Year by the Organization of Chinese American Women in 2001, was a recipient of the Chinese American Museum's History Makers Award in 2003, and received the Golden Spike Award from the Chinese Historical Society of Southern California in 2017. Lady Tan's Circle of Women is a historical fiction novel inspired by the true story of a woman physician from 15th century China. This year, the library will host Camarillo Reads programming that relate to themes of the book, including a Chinese tea blend workshop, an introduction to traditional Chinese medicine, a calligraphy workshop for kids, and a documentary film screening produced by Ventura County Chinese American Historical Society. We are also excited to offer a group tour of the Chinese gardens located at the Huntington Art Museum and Botanical Gardens in San Marino. The Camarillo Reads Author Talk will be on Saturday, September 27th at 2 p.m. in the library community room. Free tickets will be available at the second floor reference desk beginning September 2nd. All of our Camarillo Reads programming is through the generous sponsorship of the Friends of the Camarillo Library. And now I will present the next agenda item, which is the City of Camarillo Public Library Annual Report. This year, the library annual report is web-based, and I have taken screen grabs of highlights that cover community engagement, learning, partnership, and support. The library provides a safe and enriched environment where people can live, work, and play. We have surpassed all of our performance measure targets in the fiscal year. As you can see on the graph, over 400,000 physical materials were circulated and over 170,000 items are checked out in our e-media collection, which covers popular platforms such as Canopy, Hoopla, and Overdrive. The library was also proud to issue 6,485 new library cards. The library takes pride in fostering community engagement, and we want to bring community members together in shared experiences. One such experience is our annual Camarillo Reads event featuring best-selling author Rebecca Searle, who discussed her book, One Italian Summer, last September. But the library was also proud to provide community engagement after the devastating mountain fire. While the library was closed on November 6th and 7th, we reopened the facility to give the public a safe place to reconnect with Wi-Fi and other key services after a crisis. In an effort to provide encouragement during a difficult recovery, staff created a display in the front lobby to encourage community members to write notes of support to local heroes. At the conclusion, over 1,300 gratitude cards were collected and distributed to 87 responding agencies. The library empowers learners of all ages through educational programs and career development opportunities. This year, we held our first career online high school graduation to 5 of our learners, and we are continuing to provide job seeker support with our Russell Fisher Business Collection. The library is measured by the strength of its relationships with the greater community. The Friends of the Camarillo Library work tirelessly to donate funds to support our library collection and programs. Through some of their donation, we were able to provide 594 programs with 27,521 program attendees. And in total for the year, we had over 261,000 total visitors come through the library doors. I am grateful to city leadership, staff, and our amazing community for their dedication and support of the library. I encourage you to view the entire annual report online, which is located on our library's website. After tonight, we'll post a link of the annual report to our social media channels. A QR code is on display at our library lobby for patrons to view. And I will be submitting this report to the California State Library. Before I conclude this presentation, I want to share a sneak peek at the exciting things we're planning for this current fiscal year. It is a goal in community relations to increase community engagement and effective communication with the community. Part of the objective for this year is to create opportunities to engage youth regarding issues that concern them and to develop future leaders. With that in mind, the library will be revamping our current Teen Advisory Board group so they can focus on civic engagement projects. On September 25th, Lizette Torres from the City Manager's Office and library staff will lead a civic engagement workshop for teens ages 13 to 18 to find out what topics matter most to them. Through this workshop, we hope that we can determine what issues teens care about most in the community and involve them in a year-long initiative that will promote engagement. More information to come as we launch this initiative. I also would like to introduce our new Assistant Library Director, Lisa Given. Lisa started out as a library volunteer at Camarillo Public Library when she was a graduate student in her MLIS program. After graduation, she worked in Simi Valley Public Library as an adult librarian. So Lisa has extensive management experience and joined our team in June. She oversees our youth and adult services teams. And that concludes all of my presentations, and I'm happy to address any questions.
Any questions, Mandy? Lisa, welcome. Best library in the county, right? Huh? Yeah, we're a little biased on that, but you know how it goes. Welcome, Lisa. Welcome aboard. Anyone else? Okay. Mandy, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mandy.
All right, that's going to get us down to consent calendar items. It's E through N. I have an announcement, but I think what I'll do is I'll ask Madam Clerk, are there any speakers on any consent? Or is that
I don't show anybody signed up for a consent item calendar.
Okay, I'm going to have to recuse myself from item K6, and the simple reason is because there's a trolley stop within 500 feet of my store. I can participate on everything else on the agenda item except that, and I'm going to ask Madam.
Yes, as stated,
did I
that's
explain
correct.
that right?
Right. So when you make your motion, we will note in the record that we will not be counting your vote because you recused yourself on the item 6.
Okay, it's K6.
K, yes, number 6 related to the fares for the trolley.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes,
I'll make a
Councilmember
motion
Tremblay.
to approve items E through N on the consent calendar with the recusal reference relative to item K6 that was just indicated.
I'll second that.
Okay, there is a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, you want to give this? Oh, okay. You got that? Get that local? Okay.
And Councilmember Martinez Bravo, yep, there we go.
Okay.
Okay. I show that passes.
All right. Thank you. Okay, that's going to get us down to the first public hearing. It's the 2025 Drinking Water Quality Report on Public Health Goals. I believe, Mr. Klotzel, are you going to? No.
Yeah, I can
Go
start.
ahead,
to
Dave,
just-
you want to take a?
Sure,
take over
introduce
this?
the
Yeah.
item from the Public Works Department here. Our Water Resources Manager, Eric Maple, will be giving a brief presentation on this.
Are we up there yet? Waiting to queue it up here.
Backup plan. We're having technical difficulties on that.
It's great when it works. Give us a few moments here.
Oops, that's not supposed to be there.
Do you want to just start with the presentation and? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to start with just a verbal? Yeah.
Sure, I'll go ahead and get started. There we go. Mayor, Council, my name is Eric Maple, Water Resources Manager for the city. I'm here to give a presentation on the water quality report for the public health goals. And this is related to the city's drinking water system. So what are public health goals related to the drinking water system? The public health goals are a list of things commonly found in drinking water that the state's Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment has identified that are important to human health and safety. They're constituents already regulated to a high degree by the state, and the city complies with them already. But the state requires a public health goal report every 3 years to educate the public on these various constituents and what the health risks are and what it would take to essentially remove all of them from the water to a level far surpassing what the regulations require. The state develops these public health goals using risk analysis, health studies, and information from the federal EPA. The public health goals guide the drinking water regulations, but are not drinking water regulations themselves. So this report is not regulatory in nature, it's more informational. The public health goal report is in addition to the consumer confidence report that the city develops yearly and includes on our website. And that evaluates in detail the city's drinking water and how we comply with the state regulatory standards. The public health goal report before you today was created using guidelines developed by the trade association ACWA, which is the Association of California Water Agencies, and includes information required by law. The information includes the constituents found in the water, information about them, and rough cost estimates of what it would take to treat the water to achieve the public health goals rather than the actual regulations themselves. I wanted to briefly touch on the city's water service area, which is shown in this hatched blue pattern on the map. And when I talk about the city's drinking water system and this public health goal report, it only applies to this blue hatched area on the map, which is the city's service area, essentially. And that's where the city develops its drinking water and distributes its drinking water. Residents that live outside this blue hatched area are served water from other agencies such as Camarillo Water District and others shown on the map. To summarize the results of the city's public health goal report, the city's drinking water is healthy, of high quality, and meets all regulations. The city has invested heavily in drinking water quality by building the desalter treatment facility, which began producing water in early 2023. The desalter produces about 40 to 50% of the city's drinking water. And it's worth mentioning that the desalter uses reverse osmosis filtration technology, and that technology is listed by the state's Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment as a best available technology to remove all named constituents out of the water. It removes everything. Additionally, the city has planned projects to further invest in updating its groundwater wells. The public health goal report can be found attached to this agenda item, and a copy is also found at the Public Works counter here at City Hall. This concludes staff's presentation.
Is there any questions at this particular point? Do not hear any. It's an advertised public hearing, so I'm going to open the public hearing. And Madam Clerk, do we have any comments on this?
I do not show anybody who signed up for this item.
Okay, so with that, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'll ask for council direction, deliberations at this particular point.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Tremblay.
Move the 3 staff recommendations under item O.
I second.
There's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, would you please take the vote?
Okay, that passes.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Sure. Okay, so that gets us down to item P. It's the community support funds. And I'm going to ask Assistant City Manager Carmen Nichols to lead us in this one, please. Carmen?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. At the August 13th City Council meeting, Council members Martinez Bravo and Santangelo made requests in accordance with Policy 1.04 to consider 2 community support funds. Councilmember Martinez Bravo requested information on the Legal Defense Fund, and Councilmember Santangelo's request was for the Ventura County Neighbors Support Fund. Councilmember Martinez Bravo informed the City Council at that meeting that she would recuse herself from the presentation and discussion of the Ventura County Neighbors Support Fund. The first fund under this agenda item is the Legal Defense Fund. The Ventura County Board of Supervisors first met on August 12th, 2025, to consider the establishment of a Ventura County Immigration Legal Defense Fund and a $250,000 contribution to the fund to, as identified, to bolster access to a broad scope of accessible legal, educational, and outreach resources to ensure access to due process, legal resources, and legal rights education. The item was continued to yesterday's Board of Supervisors meeting, and the item failed. Therefore, no further consideration is requested at this time regarding the Legal Defense Fund. Mayor, I'll pause at this point.
Okay. Are there any comments or anything at this particular point? All right. Carmen, do you want to get on to the Ventura County Neighbor Support Fund?
Yes, Mayor. As mentioned earlier, Councilmember Martinez Bravo requested recusal from this item, the Ventura County Neighbor Support Fund.
Yes. And I'll just state for the record for conflicts and an abundance of caution, because the council member works for Friends of Farm Workers, and there is a potential that some of the clients that they serve will also be served by the fund. She is determined to recuse herself from that discussion and vote.
Thank you. And also for full disclosure, I did submit a letter of support to the Board of Supervisors on behalf of Friends of Field Workers. In addition, we're very thankful to VCCF. We did receive notification that Friends of Field Workers would be receiving funds as well. So I will be exiting the room now. Thank you.
Okay.
The Ventura County Neighbor Support Fund, as described, was created in response to a growing humanitarian crisis affecting families, workers, and small businesses across the county. We did become aware that just yesterday, the City of Thousand Oaks approved a $100,000 contribution to the fund, so we wanted to update the council on that item as well. The fund is managed by the Ventura County Community Foundation, and present to provide some additional information regarding the fund is President and CEO Vanessa Bechtel, and Mike Soleil is also here in attendance. I'd like to bring them up to the podium to explain the fund a little bit further.
You can use either one of the microphones there, whatever you're comfortable with.
Thank you so much, Mayor Kildee, council members, City Manager Ramirez. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here with you today. I also would like to recognize my incoming board chair, Leah Lacayo, who has also joined us today. As you know, I'm Vanessa Bechtel. I serve as president and CEO of your community foundation, the Ventura County Community Foundation. And I just want to share, first of all, my gratitude. Not only I've been so proud to partner with the city of Camarillo on many occasions, but today when I was in this room and seeing so many of you in person for the first time since our last Zoom meeting together with the business assistance grants, I just want to say thank you again for your leadership during the pandemic and the help that you provided so many of the businesses here in Camarillo during that time. We were proud to help administer those funds for you, and just an honor to work with you again. So the Ventura County Neighbor Support Fund is a partnership. It's a partnership with the County of Ventura, the Ventura County Office of Education, the P20 Council, Ventura County Community College District, Ventura County Economic Development Association, Ventura County Economic Development Collaborative, and many others. And we've come together to form a humanitarian relief effort for a multi-pronged crisis that I know is hard sometimes to see when we're going about our day-to-day life. But truly, in my whole career, I've never seen more complicated situation and a compounding situation in my time. Obviously, most recently, the impacts on the recent immigration raids. This is the beginning of the 4th week of the Ventura County Neighbor Support Fund and the Coalition. And last week, we were able to grant out 100% of all the dollars raised to date at that time. Those funds went to 4 nonprofits. It went to MyCop, the 805 UndocuFund, Friends of Field Workers, and Westminster Free Clinic to provide direct humanitarian assistance to families and those in need. In particular, cash assistance to families who lost loved ones and income into their households to try to help stabilize families and keep them in their homes and help address emergency assistance and essential assistance. Of course, it's not enough. There's so much work to do, and I was so proud to come here today. Once again, the city of Camarillo is a leader in this effort, and I would be honored to include the city of Camarillo as a partner of the Ventura County Neighbor Support Fund. Our goal is to continue to not only build a shared understanding of what's at stake and what's impacting our community members, but to also help reinforce and build a shared vision between all of our organizations so that we can collectively come together to help address the multi-pronged crisis. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you have on that. But again, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your time. Mike, did I miss anything that you would like to add?
I think the only other thing that we would want to add is that the Neighbor Support Fund has become the Neighbor Support Coalition because of all the organizations across the county that have joined in. Not everyone has the facility to be able to give something, but they have the facility to reach out. And the aspirational goal is around being sure that everyone in Ventura County is safe, is supported, and is seen. And we know that's aspirational, but it's important because of the kind of county that we are and certainly the kind of city that Camarillo is. One of the things that's important to know is that 100% of the funds that have been donated, there is no, we take no overhead at VCCF. Everything that comes in goes out. And we have had more requests than we have dollars. October the 7th, we'll be holding a convening and a briefing of the coalition. We'd love to have you there at VCOE. We'll send you the details so that we can help get the word out and reach out into the community so that we can get small dollar donations as well as large dollar donations to help.
And I just want to say, there's never been a more important time for partnership between the public sector and the private sector to come together to support our neighbors. You know, a year ago, just about, we launched the Mountain Fire relief effort, and we raised more than $1 million to help those who lost their homes here in Camarillo. And we're still working to pound the pavement in that regard. And just like that crisis, VCCF didn't take any administrative fees. But unlike that crisis, for so many of us, when we leave our homes, we don't see it. We can't see the smoke. We're not connecting with the families. But over the last several weeks, I have witnessed things I never thought I would ever see. And I know you've been hearing those stories, but for me, one that stands out is the conversation we had with one of our scholarship award recipients. Your community foundation actually awarded over $1.8 million in the spring to our graduating students and those that are pursuing higher education. And her parent was detained. She couldn't accept her award. And now she's faced with impossible choices about how to help provide for her family at the expense of her dreams. So I just want to share, this is what this fund is all about. It's about helping our neighbors in an unprecedented time. And I hope you'll join us.
Thank you. There may be a couple of questions if does council member have any questions here tonight? I have one.
Yes, please.
Let's say if we decide to partake in this, is there a way we can give preference to 93010 and 93012 residents here?
Absolutely, absolutely. And not only that, I think you will actually help encourage other local businesses to join you. We can absolutely earmark your funds for organizations working for the residents of of Camarillo. Absolutely, absolutely.
And again, if you could just refresh my memory, this is government, education, businesses have given this.
Yes.
Private individuals.
Yes. And actually,
other nonprofits. Am I missing anybody that's been part of this?
Almost all the credit unions.
Credit unions.
Bank, VCCU, of course, we love them.
the League of Women Voters of Ventura County. And actually, for full transparency, all of our current partners are on our website at vccf.org. But the list has been growing, and we hope to continue to see it grow. But absolutely, we know that you are here advocating for the residents of Camarillo, and if you need to earmark those dollars for nonprofit organizations or individuals within the Ventura Camarillo area, please, we can absolutely accommodate that.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions from my colleagues tonight?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, so that's going to get us down to, Madam Clerk, are there any public comments on this issue?
Yes, I do show 19 people had signed up.
19?
Yes.
Okay, so with that, we're going to do the 3 minutes. But again, I don't want to cut anybody off, but if you could please keep it to 3 minutes, it would really be helpful. Okay, please proceed.
So we're going to start off with Claudia Gonzalez, and after Claudia will be Nicole Radin.
Hi. I want to say that I like to hear the words that came out with the support for the VCCF, and I really hope to see that change, because I don't want to come here and say that I'm disappointed by my city council. I want to see that they gave to a fund that helps our neighbors, because that's literally what we're asking. We're asking for you to do something about the safety for them, and we're asking you to donate. Specifically, I want to request at least $75,000 in donations to it to help these impacted families. You've heard the stories of families being ripped apart, of children not knowing where their parents are. We've heard the stories of families being left babies, and we want to be able to support them as much as we can, because right now a lot of grassroots organizations are the ones who are doing the heavy lifting. They can't do it forever, and stuff like this is going to be able to help our community come together. So just please listen to what your constituents have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
After Nicole will be Maria Acosta.
Good evening, Mayor Kildee and members of the council. My name is Nicole Radin, and I am a Camarillo resident. I'm here today to speak about what we as a community can do to respond to the federal immigration raids. My request is that the City Council allocate $100,000 for humanitarian relief, as well as enter into a common interest agreement in the ACLU, with the ACLU in the Perdomo versus Nome lawsuit. So I moved to Ventura County in 2011 from Washington State, and I was completely new to Southern California. We'd been to Disneyland, but that was all I knew. As I worked and lived in the area, there was a strange thing that I heard over and over. Whenever the Simi Valley came up, people would say, oh, just don't go to Simi Valley, or, oh, Simi's the worst. And I was genuinely perplexed by this. No one could give me a very clear answer about why Simi Valley was the worst. So I chalked it up to just some mysterious local prejudice. I now recognize years later that some of the reason for this prejudice could be connected to the incidents surrounding the Rodney King trials and the echoes of the impacts of that crisis years and years later. Those events happened 20 years before I came to California, but the public perception lingered and still lingers today. On July 10th, Camarillo experienced the Glass House raid, one of the largest immigration enforcement operations in California. And though the raid took place just outside city limits in the unincorporated county area, news reports and public perceptions were that this is Camarillo. How we handle and respond to this event, which was televised on national news stations and shown throughout the world, will shape public perception of this wonderful place. Our name is inevitably attached to it. When people move to Ventura County in the future, I hope and pray that Camarillo is not the new city that's labeled as the worst. The world is watching how we respond, and our response will impact our reputation for decades. Camarillo can stand on the side of civil liberties, protecting its residents from unconstitutional overreach and racial profiling. I respectfully again ask that the council allocate $100,000 to humanitarian relief, as well as enter into a common interest agreement with the ACLU in the Perdomo versus Nome lawsuit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and after Maria will be Sarah Welsetsky.
Good evening again. As far as this item goes, you already know what I'm going to say because I've said it before. I adamantly oppose any public funds going to NGOs. What the NGOs do belong in the private space, in private fundraising. In fact, it was very impressive what we just heard about how it went from a fund to a coalition, which means there was a lot of ground level support for their issue. The reason I'm against public money as I'm going to these issues is because I don't believe that is the purpose of public funds. Our taxes and fees are entrusted to you and other government bodies to pay administrative fees to run our city, to keep our infrastructure sound, for police and fire and the other agencies, city agents we need so that our city as a whole can operate. The other objection I have, other reason I have for objecting to NGOs getting my money is the lack of accountability. If I do a Freedom of Information Act request, should you decide to give money to the coalition, how do I get an answer on how my money was spent and whether it was spent appropriately? So there are huge accountability issues because they are a clearinghouse. They are a coalition. You're going to give your money, our money, to this group or any NGO, and they're going to turn around and then parcel it out. That's inappropriate. It's an inappropriate use of city funds, and it goes against what the purpose is. Also, I'm not so naive as to think that I'm so persuasive that this will not end up as an agenda item again in 2 weeks. So leaning forward, if this becomes an agenda item, there's a couple things that I would request. I have not yet heard talk specific to our boundaries of Camarillo, because our money, if you ultimately decide to give it, should not go outside of our city and for the benefit of our city people. I have not heard how many families are impacted inside the city limits of Camarillo because this issue has so far been discussed on the county level. What Thousand Oaks chooses to do is their business and should have no bearing on what this city council decides to do. So those are a couple of the issues that I have. I don't like the idea of my money going to a group that then parcels it out with no accountability and no ability to audit, and no one gets held accountable if they're misused. How would you even know if they're misused? So there needs to be some controls put into place. And lastly, if you've got $50,000, $75,000, $100,000 burning a hole in our city pocket, then I would ask why that's not going to a rainy day fund, why it's not going to emergency preparedness and management and recovery for future disasters that would affect all Camarians. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, after Sarah will be Nicholas Bednarski.
Good evening, Mayor Kilday, council members, and city staff. My name is Sarah Wilczewski, and I am here again because our community is still hurting. As an unpaid volunteer with 805 and DocuFund, I see firsthand the pain and fear our families, friends, and neighbors are experiencing every day. The fear from July 10th lingers in the minds and hearts of the city. Even though you keep trying to wash your hands of it, Camarillo is the name associated with July 10th, when 350 families were torn apart. We have told our stories here, and many of us here before, and many of us who were on the ground still experience trauma responses every day as a result of the brutality we experienced that day. Your constituents have been rallying to support those impacted. However, every effort is stretched thin, and we can only do so much without the support of our local leaders. We need your support. If these stories that we have told won't move you, what about economics? Undocumented immigrants in the county of Ventura contribute $8.2 billion to the local economy, 5% of the GDP. They paid $25.7 billion into Social Security, $6.4 billion into Medicare, and $1.8 billion into unemployment insurance in 2022, programs they are often ineligible to participate in. Brutal immigration enforcement doesn't just harm families, but harms the economy as well. Fear and hatred are growing in our community, and we ask you to stand against it. Stand for love. With your support, we can get the impacted communities the support they need. Allocate $100,000 for legal aid and humanitarian support. Let Camarillo be known as a city that chose love over fear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, after Nicholas will be Brenda Scherer.
Good evening. I'm Nicholas Bednarski, native Californian, long-term Camarillo resident, and a son of an immigrant. In the midst of all the passion and motion, which is all appropriate, I want to remind the City Council of some information. We've heard that despite the indication that intended funds will go for humanitarian uses only, it's being distributed to other NGOs. And we've heard recurrent requests for ongoing legal aid funds from various NGOs. You're considering supporting, after all, non-citizens who knowingly and intentionally broke federal law. Some funds may go to groups that have violated 18 U.S. Code 111. NGOs' use of social media apps might violate 18 Code U.S. 371 and or 18 U.S.C. 2261A. 8 U.S. Code Section 1324 states it's a crime to aid undocumented immigrants in evading federal authorities. That law also includes the term recklessly. I would ask you to review these laws very carefully with your city attorney before making any monetary contributions. These funds may go to organizations that may be violating federal law. Glass House was not an ICE raid. Federal officers served a judicial warrant based on prior investigations. Illegally hired undocumented immigrants and unaccompanied minors were found. The business owner is a substantial political donor of almost $10,000 to U.S. Congressman Salud Carbajal, who magically appeared and doxed one of the federal agents to the protesters, perhaps violating 18 U.S. Code 1505 and/or 18 U.S. Code 2261A. Protesters preventing federal officers from leaving with legally detained individuals probably violated 18 U.S. Code 111. This included assault with intent to commit bodily injury and attempted murder, as seen on video. How will you know funding these NGOs is not going to aid criminality? Under federal law 8 U.S. Code 1373 and related executive orders, Ventura County risks losing $30 million in federal funding. Courts have upheld this in cases like United States versus California in 2018. Neither the county nor the city of Camarillo can afford to lose that federal funding, especially when you're looking at funding several $100 million for a new water plant. I ask you not to squander voters' dollars on attempting to nullify federal law. Thank you.
Thank you.
After Brenda will be Primitiva Hernandez.
Hello, my name is Brenda Shear. I've been a resident of Camarillo for 34 years, and I was a special education teacher for Pleasant Valley School District for 29 years and retired in 2020 when COVID hit. I'd just like to make these simple statements. I expect the Camarillo City Council to remain neutral on federal law enforcement operations. I oppose public funds being given to NGOs or special interest groups, mainly because of lack of accountability. I oppose the Camarillo City Council joining the ACLU lawsuit, and I support Sheriff Jim Fryhoff, Commander Eric Tennyson, and the brave deputies of the Ventura County Sheriff's Department. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the next speaker will be Joseph Dobzinski.
Hello again. And in case you may have not heard some of the data that 805 on DocuFund presented on August 12th, it is there for the record, a more extensive presentation where I go in more in detail about who is being taken from our communities. But in general, as of July 31st, nationwide, over 70% of the people that have been apprehended by various federal immigration enforcement agencies, over 70% of them have no prior criminal record. These are family members, neighbors, students that are being indiscriminately targeted because of their skin tone. A perfect example of that is on Thursday, August 21st, here in our neighboring town of Simi Valley, where a U.S. citizen was temporarily apprehended due to some imaginary accusations, but it was because of his skin tone, and he is suing Homeland Security because of that. U.S. citizens that look like me and many of you here could be apprehended just by your skin tone, your hair, the way you look. And that is what we're facing today. The remaining 30% that have been apprehended nationwide, the majority of them are for minor offenses or even traffic infractions. So these are not your violent criminal offenders that the administration is going after. The data is there. It is nonpartisan. It is black and white. Can't go around that. But, and this is why it's very important for the city of Camarillo to follow suit city of Oxnard, the two most impacted cities from the July 10 raids, because it has been upheld in court that there is racial profiling. The Perdomo versus Noam has been upheld. I'm sure it's going to make it all the way to the various circuits, maybe even the Supreme Court, and history would tell. And you have the opportunity to be on the right side of history and ensuring that you do your portion of the accountability piece. And lastly, I'd just like to say that the funds that we are requesting, $100,000, and to go to legal aid and humanitarian support. How many families will be impacted? Thousands of families, because many of those organizations are providing food, groceries that these families are not accessing through other means by delivering to their homes, as well as legal aid support. There's many victims out there that qualify for U visas, asylum, green card holders to become citizen. That is what the
Thank you for
legals
your comments.
will go
I'm going to have to
Thank
hold
you.
everybody. Let me make the announcement, and this is the fourth time. I don't want to, we don't want to cut off anybody, but you have 3 minutes, and please, if you can make it to 3 minutes, would really be helpful. It's important to hear from everybody, and we want to be fair to everybody. So would you proceed again?
Okay, after Joseph will be Amy Dobzinski.
Hello again. My name is Joseph Dobzinski Jr., and I'm a resident of Camarillo. And I'm asking you to please fund these programs. 100,000, however much you can do, please fund these programs. Regarding the Immigrant Legal Defense Fund, all people deserve due process underneath the Constitution, and that is being denied to these folks who are being targeted by ICE. They're not being allowed to see lawyers. They're being given awful Sophie's choices, whether to be self-deport or be separated from their families. They're not receiving the legal aid that they need now, and the Department of Justice doesn't care. With having lawyers there, we would be able to make sure that they got a fair shake, a fair look at everything, and they deserve that, especially because ICE is violating the TRO. They are going after people based on race, language, profession, and neighborhood. That's why joining the lawsuit is so important, because if we're going to be a nation of laws, like some people here keep chiming in on, then everyone has to follow the law, not just everybody but ICE. The other fund that's not legal defense is for the carnage that's left behind. I've worked now intimately with these communities as part of 805 on DocuFund, and we see the mess that ICE leaves behind. One of the people within 805 on DocuFund had to call each and every one of those families that was separated at the Glass House raids, and to find out that they've lost their breadwinners. They've lost access to certain things that they need to survive, and we've been trying to fill those gaps through mutual aid, and it's not enough. They need more because so much has been taken from them, often without due process. The Board of Supervisors failed this county yesterday at their meeting. I am also concerned that nobody spoke up here, but the Board of Supervisors failed the migrant community, in which is 7 to 10% of the people in this county. And they provide more tax dollars than they ever receive back. They work harder and they are exploited more than anybody else in the county. And the least that this community can do for all the work that these populations have given to Camarillo is to give back a little or a lot more. Other cities have stepped in. Thousand Oaks just passed on their consent calendar, mind you, money for this. Santa Barbara, Oxnard, and many others are stepping in because the county has failed. I implore you all to be on the right side of history with this. And in time when we have mass secret agents snatching people off the street and military running into our cities to take martial law, please be remembered for trying to do the right thing and not doing whatever is convenient. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, after Amy will be Blanca Ortega. Is Amy here?
Oh, Amy's passing. Good evening. Before I get into what I wrote, I just want to share, because I was just reminded. So again, neither of you were in support at the Board of Supervisors meeting, and that was quite disappointing. But there was a story I heard yesterday, and anyone correct me if I'm misquoting this, but a woman had shared that she was helping a woman who had been deported twice. And I think it was San Diego's legal aid fund, similar to what we're trying to ask here for Ventura County, finally stepped in and supported her. And when they provided her the legal aid and she was able to get her due process and go to court, they had found out she had been a citizen since 1992. So this is what we're talking about, the kind of funds we need. So good evening, Mayor, Kildee, and council members. First, I want to sincerely thank you for placing item P on tonight's agenda. By even considering a community support fund for immigrant families, you're acknowledging the harm caused in our city and taking an important step toward healing. I do want to share some voices from children in our community, and these are quotes. From a child. Miss Mejia, if ICE comes to school, can I jump out the window and run? Am I going to go home to an empty house? Is my family going to be here tomorrow? A 5th grade teacher shared, kids were asking why families have to be deported, saying how they're scared. A 4th grade class just started crying collectively. Another teacher said, a student asked me today to adopt them so they won't get deported. These aren't isolated stories. These are daily realities of children here in Ventura County. And sadly, this trauma is layered on top of another uniquely American crisis, school shootings. Just today, sadly, there was another tragic shooting in Minneapolis. An active shooter drills have become as routine as the earthquake drills we once did as kids. A close friend of mine's daughter recently asked her something that she could not answer. She said, how do you tell the difference between an active shooter or an ICE agent if they look the same? Both wear tactical gear and masks. How do we know who is here to kill us and who is here to take us away? That is the reality we have created for our children. Fear, confusion, trauma that will take decades to heal. Voting yes on item P will not solve everything, but it will show our community, and especially our children, that Camarillo cares. And this council values dignity, safety, and compassion. I urge you to move item P forward and vote yes. Thank you.
Our next speakers are Mary Kennedy and then Camilo Garcia.
Thank you. I'm here to speak in support of item P. I spent most of my life working for various social programs in state government, and there is nothing more frustrating than having a client come and their problem doesn't quite fit within the rubric of the program. And you know what would help them, and it could be a $10 item that you can't provide because the rules of the program end there, where their problem begins. The fund talked tonight about trying to fill in the cracks. As federal money has been pulled away, and we've seen it this year with the nightmare cuts that have been made in the big abomination, we see that those cracks are no longer tiny fissures, but are becoming increasingly gaps in services that will be unfilled. And our populations here, particularly our farm worker populations, our immigrant population, are disproportionately affected by the inability to fill those gaps. This is what you can help with tonight. In addition, of course, the legal services. It's wonderful that we all have a right to counsel under the Constitution, and that's everybody, all persons, not just all citizens. However, the right is meaningless if you can't get the counsel. So legal services, which could be something as simple as keeping somebody from being wrongfully evicted from their home, being cut off from services that they're eligible for, or being held improperly in an immigration situation. So for all of those reasons, I think the city of Camarillo could do no greater public service than to support this. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I believe this is Camilo. Forgive me for pronouncing it probably wrong, Garcia. After that will be Jack Ito.
Good evening, Camarillo City Council. My name is Camilo Garcia, a youth of Ventura County. I've grown up here my entire life. I began my education at Hollywood Beach School Elementary and concluded it at Oxnard Middle College High School. I'm currently attending UCLA. as a political science major and graduating later this year at 19 years old, and I will be pursuing a law degree. In fall 2026, I intend to return here to Ventura County, to the community that I love. I'm not speaking here on behalf of any organization in particular, but as a concerned resident of Ventura County. My sister's soccer practices are empty of parents, people too scared to come in and watch their children play. The swap meet I volunteer at every last Sunday of the month is barren, empty, even though we offer free services to fill out citizenship applications. I've had to explain to families which forms they should fill out in the event that they cannot pick up their children from school because they've been detained. My grandparents, citizens of the United States and Ventura County since the 1990s, do not feel safe leaving their house without one of their grandchildren with them out of fear of them being detained for the night. They need medicine to survive every single night, so if they get detained, they will not survive. This would not be an issue if the federal government followed constitutional rights guaranteed under the 14th Amendment that the state will not deprive any person, not just any citizen, of life, liberty, or property without due process. I'm here in favor of the great city of Camarillo backing migrant workers. Yesterday, the Ventura County suffered a loss when the Board of Supervisors refused to take action establishing a county-backed immigration fund. It's being left to us, the people of Ventura County, to take a stand for families and taxpayers from being inhumanely detained in any way that we can. Despite all that's been happening here in Ventura recently, I've yet to lose hope in the community. I don't believe that anybody is evil, no matter what they say, who they voted for, or which hat they choose to wear. Just like I have faith in them to love and support other people regardless of what country they were born in, I have faith in this city of Camarillo to love and support our communities in these dire times. It's our duty as humans to love each other to show compassion to the vulnerable. I hope you all voice support in favor of protecting your communities by supporting item P. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
After Jack Ito will be Julie Hansen.
All righty. I would say I'm surprised to be back here speaking, but frankly, I'm not. The last time I spoke here was on July 9th, demanding that the city cease cooperation with ICE and ban them from our communities, as well as actively protect our immigrant communities, regardless of their immigration status. The next morning, July 10th, saw the largest ICE attack in California on the Glass House facility in the farm fields of Camarillo. The Ventura County Sheriff was documented protecting and escorting ICE forces as hundreds of immigrants were ripped from their families and protesters trying to protect the community were tear gassed and shot with rubber bullets. The raid resulted in the permanent separation through death of Jaime Alanis Garcia. I thought that evening on the 9th that trust in local law enforcement could not get any lower and was proven wrong the very next day. The similarity in name and terror of the Glass House raid to the Kristallnacht of the 1930s in Germany is not lost on us. Yesterday, the Ventura County Board of Supervisors failed to pass funding for legal assistance for the immigrant community. In our effort to continue pursuing every legitimate avenue of action before they are exhausted, I stand here once again. I call on you, the City Council, to provide the $100,000 of funding of legal assistance for our immigrant community that the Board of Supervisors failed to pass. I also personally propose the following: the immediate and permanent abrogation of the city's contract with the Ventura County Sheriff's Department, and because abolishing the police is a divisive topic, forming a new police department using the same infrastructure with significant civilian oversight and control. The Ventura County Sheriff's Department has proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that they lack humanity, dignity, and compassion, and should not serve our community. I am Japanese American. During World War II, my people were horribly and illegally robbed of their dignity as U.S. citizens. I would argue that today, the situation for immigrants is far worse. Not only have they been robbed of dignity as members of our community, but in the concentration camps they are sent to, they have been robbed of their dignity as human beings. Please protect the dignity of our immigrants. It is the bare minimum you can do. And count yourself lucky that I only have 3 minutes to rip into you.
Thank you.
Okay, after Julie Hansen will be Cassie Wanda.
Oh, yeah. Okay, my name is Julie Hansen, and I'm a very much unpaid organizer who volunteers daily with 805. If you live in the United States of America and have left your house at any point in time, that means you have directly benefited from the contributions of immigrants. Consult with your conscience why their presence is welcome when they're bolstering our economy, enrolling children in our schools, and providing the backbone of our workforce, but not okay when they're needing support from all of us to not be tortured and traumatized. They're not just tolerated here. They are Camarillo. They are Oxnard. They are Ventura County. I would like to ask the council to contribute to the Ventura County Neighbors Support Fund, at least $100,000. Your community Ventura County Neighbor Support Fund, the foundation follows a robust compliance process, and funds that are awarded to nonprofits go through a comprehensive due diligence process and are current with the IRS and with California Attorney General. They will do a public attestation of funds raised to ensure that 100% of the funds raised go to their intended purpose. Nonprofits like the 805 Undocu Fund are distributing 100% of their funding to impacted families. Vanessa can help answer more on this and is welcoming any questions. For Camarillo, I am also asking for Camarillo to enter into a common interest agreement with the ACLU on the Perdomo versus Nome case, because we are all being profiled. We feel it and we see it, and that is also what one of the complaints was from the community member who went and saw the graffiti. He said, ever this year, the amount of times I've heard that word from people here in the community, when people are cutting me off and people are doing these things, the number of times has been so many in current times. So it is happening. Okay. So my brother is a medically retired Army veteran, and he lives in Oxnard, but works in Camarillo, and he says he no longer feels safe here. How is someone who fought for our country not feeling safe here?
Thank you.
Okay, after Cassie will be Doug Blows.
Good evening. My name is Cassie Wandamish, and I'm a Camarillo resident. I've lived here for about 20 years. I'm asking you to please use my tax dollars to help the victims of ICE. A few weeks ago, I got a text that a friend had been tear gassed. I logged onto Facebook and I watched the videos live in horror as ICE agents attacked Glass House Farms. While I couldn't be there in person as I was caring for my young child, I saw my friends and neighbors repeatedly sprayed with tear gas and shot with rubber bullets at close range. During the raid, some of us called 911 to ask for help for the protesters. We were repeatedly told, this is a federal issue. The sheriff's department will not get involved. Soon after, we did see that the sheriff got involved, while he was fist bumping and joking around with the ICE agents. At another protest, we saw an ICE agent who felt very comfortable saying on camera that he wished he had been the one that got to tear gas the protesters. That tells you everything. This is not about following laws. This is not about orders. This is about power, and it's about cruelty. If our leaders are joking with the people who are attacking our community, people who openly relish violence, how am I supposed to trust 911 if my own family is in danger? And it isn't just about one raid. It's about what city we are, what kind of city we are or we want to be. On July 9th, dozens of us came and we told you about how we felt unsafe. There were dozens of first-count negative experiences with ICE. I personally shared how these actions reminded me of the stories I was told about my own family who couldn't escape Nazi Germany when the law enforcement was just doing their job. The very next day, ICE came down on our community with violence. Whether that timing was intentional or not, it felt like a targeted warning to stay silent. And I'm here tonight with all these people to say we are not going to stay silent. Mayor Kildee, I would like to thank you for condemning those actions on July 10th. It really did matter. It made a big difference. But I'm asking you and the rest of the council to please find that same humanity and show it in actions, not just words. The world is watching Camarillo right now, as others have said. These videos of that raid went viral, and people were using it as examples of what protesters should do during ICE and showing how embarrassing our sheriff's department was acting. The council cannot stay silent. Inaction is complicity. Neutrality is complicity. I am asking you to release the funds for the legal defense, for community support and organizations, and for a Know Your Rights outreach program. This is the bare minimum you can do with these tax dollars if you care about protecting the city that you serve. We need our leaders to be brave enough not just to say we do not stand for hate, but ones who take the direct action to stop the hate in its tracks. So please,
Thank you.
Okay, after Doug Blois will be Susanna Barron.
Good evening, council. I was at both of the County Board of Supervisors meeting, the first one in person for the whole meeting, and yesterday I couldn't attend, so I watched it online at home. Most of the same people that were there yesterday are here today, including Ventura County Community Coalition. When the supervisors turned down money outright to the NGOs, they tried to do a workaround. Matt Levere did, to go with the money to the community fund, but they were just going to be a middleman. The money was going to go to the NGOs. The 4 NGOs that were listed tonight by the Community Foundation are all involved legally and physically obstructing ICE. You have to be very careful to get involved with that as a city. So we all want to help. So how can we help? Well, we can help with food. There are at least 5 or 6 that I know of places in Camarillo that Food Share operates. I help out every Thursday afternoon for 3 hours at my church. I have been for the last 5 or 6 years. We have about 70 cars every week. We don't discriminate whoever comes in, we give them food. A lot of them can't speak English. We work with our hands to communicate. What's the other way you can help? So I think Food Share, if you're thinking about doing that, that's somewhere you might be able to help. Housing. The city has been involved with housing. The $2 million you just donated to the county thing down on South Lewis Road for the homeless effort. Also, the veterans housing right there on South Lewis Road that has set-asides for low income. And then the farm workers housing over here by the desalter. So you are doing what you can with housing. That's a long-term thing to try to solve. What else is there? Legal aid. Like I said, you have to be very careful with that. ICE is trying to enforce federal law. If the state allowed local police to work with them, there wouldn't be as many raids. They would be picking up the criminals in the jails. They can't do that, so they have to do some large-scale raids occasionally. How are you going to find these people? They're undocumented. It's tough sometimes. ICE has a tough job. So the protesters are also physically obstructing, which is not helping. So I just want to end with what are the core functions of government? water, sewer, utilities, safety. You just had a large increase in the utility bills. The city residents are struggling with that. There's limited taxpayer funds.
Thank you.
I would just ask for your wise.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, next is, after Susanna, is Donald Trump.
Good evening, council and the public. I want to thank the foundation for being here. And I just want to emphasize that what is being asked here today is not necessarily charity, because I'll tell you, whatever is given to the community is going to give back tenfold, because I have seen it from my family. I share the story about my mother. Growing up, I saw my mother, who is an extraordinary person, volunteer her time to fundraise, to have toys for the children during Christmas. She would volunteer into the late hours, and the very next day, very early in the morning, she would start her first job and then go immediately after to her second job. And this is not about what is legal, what is not legal. This is about what is humane and inhumane, and treating our community with humanity. I also want to share some of the things that I've done as part of a volunteer with the 805 Immigrant Coalition. I have driven thousands of miles, not paid, to help our community. I have taken 2 U.S. citizen children to Tijuana to say goodbye to their father, who was detained during the Glass House ICE raid. I have picked up people from Adelanto, Calexico, taken people to their ICE check-ins, taken food to different families whose refrigerators are empty. And what I pointed to, the mutual aid that's happening within our communities, I guarantee you, homes that barely have any food in their refrigerator are sharing their food with their neighbors. And I'll tell you, if there were a disaster right now, if there was an earthquake and we all needed help, I would help everyone. I don't agree with everyone in this room, but that is my humanity. I am a human, and in the end of the day, we all have basic needs, and we all need to help each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker after this one will be Cedric Nira.
Good evening. I'm grateful to be here in our American republic, a constitutional republic, not a democracy. And that makes it possible for me to speak to you. Let me put 2 facts out there that many of you will not know, and certainly the radical left elements will not tell you, and they wouldn't want you to know this. The Los Angeles raid that took place was due to an investigation that was begun under the Biden administration into drug laundering, money laundering by the cartels. So that was begun under the Biden administration. The Glass House raids were the result of the Secretary of the State of California beginning an investigation last year into complaints about labor violations. Those are the genesis. It was not ICE. But where there is crime, there is usually different kinds of crime that you can find. So it is no surprise that we saw there, certainly, illegal aliens. My name is Deborah Baber, and I am a proud Trump Republican on the side of a common sense understanding of our country. As President Trump said yesterday, we must have 3 things if we're to have a nation. We are to have secure borders, a free press, and an uncorrupted judicial system. The last time I appeared in these chambers, I was completely covered from head to torso by a Stars and Stripes scarf because I was not going to be allowed into this chamber without it. That was during COVID, the COVID tyranny. That was the last time I was here. How far have we fallen? We've fallen today throughout Ventura County. Radical elements, many of them wearing orange here tonight, the radical elements, communism's handmaidens, are asking you to use your influence and our tax money to break the laws. Many of these people, I'm 69 years old, many of them have their whole lives ahead of them. If they are accused of and found guilty of aiding and abetting illegal aliens, they could serve as much as 20 years in prison for each one that they helped. They could be fined as much as $250,000 for each illegal alien they aided and abetting. Their whole lives ahead of them. They're wearing orange on their heads. I hope they don't have to wear orange on their bodies. What the radical elements are doing are creating minesweepers. That's a term that came into use when the communists used young people especially, and women who they could easily influence because they're emotional, to go out and check for mines and blow themselves up. I pray that you will not use your influence and our tax dollars to encourage people to break the law, and I thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to encourage everybody. We are inclusive. Everybody has a right to come up here and speak to the city council. And I'm going to encourage everybody to respect everybody's rights.
Thank you.
So we'll go on with the next one, please.
Yes, Cedric Nira, and after Cedric will be Gina L.
Hello and good evening, Mayor Kildee and City of Council. My name is Cedric Nera, and I just want to say I'm glad to be home. It's been quite a while since I've been back. I've been in college for a year, and right now I've been studying medicinal chemistry and drug design, and I'm hoping to go back into medical school. There's nothing more I would love to help everyone out. I really do. And I'm planning on coming back here and hopefully providing free surgical services for the city of Camarillo. However, circumstances have brought me back here to ask for help, as you guys have done in the past. In this new time of our city's history and era, I've personally seen friends and families taken away from each other. When I first came back from Davis, I remember I wanted to surprise my friend, and the first person I ever wanted to see, because he pushed me to really pursue medicine. Unfortunately, when I got to the house and I knocked on the door, no answer for 1 hour. And when I asked my neighbor, who was right next to him, he told me that they were taken. He wasn't illegal. He never did any crimes, and he's never done anything wrong. But his existence made him illegal. He was a wonderful individual, and I don't know when I'll ever be able to see him again. This story is personal to me, as it is to many families and friends. For this reason, I'm asking you to approve the funding to assist our community. And I know, I'm quite young, and even though I don't have much service in public service and/or law, I'm asking you as a person. Thank you for your time and have a great evening.
Thank you.
Okay, Gina L. And after Gina will be Spencer Ritchie.
Good evening. I don't think there's any doubt that immigration policy needs reform. But I think, using the word crisis right now to describe where we're at is really a misplaced statement, because for 4 years we had complete and total open borders, unvetted sponsors, and millions of people come into this nation who we have no idea where they're from, what they've done, and millions of those people and children were trafficked. We know that. They were labor trafficked, they're sex trafficked, and whistleblowers would tell you that there's been organ harvesting as well. So their bodies themselves have been trafficked. And so there's collateral damage from those policies. And those were policies. I don't think they created a crisis. I think it was a strategic plan. Now we've got an administration in place that is supporting our legal immigration laws, and there's going to be ugly fallout. The fact that we have SB 54, I think is the name of the law in California, where if there are violent criminal illegal aliens, they can't be handed over to local law enforcement, or I'm sorry, from local law enforcement to ICE in the jails. They have to be released out into the community. That's a terrible idea. Sets a terrible precedent. And of course it's going to cause discord and chaos in our streets. I think it's important also, and this was something that was shown through MyCop's graph in one of their earlier presentations, was that the deportations that are happening throughout the country, not just on border states. Whistleblowers also announced that throughout the last 4 years, millions of people were strategically flown into blue states throughout the nation. And there's a purpose for that, with census, with congressional apportionment, with voting. President Obama removed the citizenship question from our census that had been on there since the 1800s. So that changed the way census was counted, and money, and congressional votes. So there are real implications to what's happening. I think it's also important to note that with I'm finding it very odd that there's not more outrage at the children and the people that are being found trafficked in these sites, and that there were convicted felons next to them. So I oppose public funds going to these causes, but I certainly support private funds, and that's where people can give their donations, their time, their money, their energy for causes that they believe in. But I don't think that it's a public fund, and taxpayers should not be condoning illegal activity.
Thank you.
Okay, after Spencer Ritchie will be Peggy Morgan.
All right. Hello, fellow Camarians. Hello, City Council. So those have been pretty interesting arguments that we have heard from people opposing the city granting money to the lawyer teams and stuff that are working to get our our neighbors, and more importantly, our workers. Well, I mean, it's also important that they're people. Yes, that's the more important thing, but but basically not stopping ICE from ruining us both morally and financially. Also, my apologies. They are people first and foremost. The whole they're being trafficked thing that the last speaker pointed out. Well, especially during Trump's last administration, notably, I think, kids were separated from their parents and whoever else was with them at the border. And then guess what? The U.S. managed to accidentally lose track of them. So I don't know if that sounds like the U.S. government trafficking or not to you. I think it does. And then the other thing, the organ harvesting stuff. Well, we have evidence that in as recently as 2020, immigrant women and girls, I guess, they were having hysterectomies and other forced sterilizations done on them against their will in ICE custody as recently as either 2020 or 2021. That, I mean, it's not the same as organ harvesting, but, their organs are being harvested for the trash. That's also pretty bad. And the other huge argument these people opposing us funding law stuff to help get people out of these ICE kidnapping scenarios. Illegal immigration is illegal. Well, tons of stuff has been labeled as legal and illegal when it's not that. It's, Thank you.
Thank you.
And Peggy Morgan is the last one I show on my list.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Once again, I didn't show up thinking I would speak, but something always seems to come up that I feel I need to have a word or two. First and foremost, I always find it amazing that people who can support a third term for a convicted felon talk to me about law and order. But that is another story. I'm here in support of you joining the suit initiated by the ACLU. I do believe, as Mary Kennedy said, we have our own unique circumstances here in an agricultural community that the County of Los Angeles does not have. The folks who come here and work in our fields are here because they are looking for a way to make a better life for themselves, and we all know that. They're here to do jobs that, I'm sorry, folks, but I don't know very many of these people in this room or very many people in my life who are willing to get out there and do what these individuals do. I live near Cal State Channel Islands, and every time I drive through those fields and I see what people are doing to try to keep their families together, I'm just amazed that they have the strength to do it. I'm 76 years old. I made myself a person on the line, on the opposite end of the line, as you heard me say last time, at the Laguna Road Glass House raid. And I feel like there was no one in our group who was armed. There was no one who was attacking ICE agents. We didn't even have ICE agents on our end of the field. We had Border Patrol, who were armed, and National Guard. When they decided to drive the truck through us, we moved out of the way, but they cleared the way first by using tear gas. I don't believe anybody on our end was shot with rubber bullets, but I don't think they would have hesitated to do that if they could have had the opportunity. So, bottom line is, we as American citizens all came from somewhere else. We all drove the Native Americans, who were the immigrants not from recently, from this land. And now we're trying to say that people who had the audacity to come here because there were jobs for them, because somebody's hiring them, are somehow the enemy. The real enemy is the one who points the gun and says, you have no right to a better life. Yes, some of these people have been trafficked. American citizens who resided all their lives in this country have been trafficked, and that includes children. And if you want to know just how involved some people are, then let's get the Epstein files.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Okay, we do not have any other cards. Would anyone else like to come forward doing this? You need a break? We've been going at it for a while. Can you give us 5 minutes? We're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll be back in 5 minutes. After a 5-minute break here. I'm on the mic. I did. We're gonna get going here, everyone. We're gonna get going here, please. All right. So that concludes the public comment of this particular item here. We've gone through all the cards that have been submitted. So I am going to ask for city council. We can start our deliberations and discuss this and provide any direction to staff. So we can start off. Let me ask, excuse me, Counselor, so we have 4 people here. So what constitutes, in other words, let's just say we have to vote on something and it's a 2-2 split. What happens with that?
That is a failed motion because you need a majority to carry a motion.
Okay, okay. All right, so with that, we can start our deliberations. Any questions you might have or anything else? Susan, do you want to start us off tonight? Or okay.
I don't have questions. I just have some comments. First of all, I'd like to thank Vanessa Bechtel and Mike Soule for their presentation tonight. You laid out the facts clearly, the transparency of the Neighbors Support Fund and the trusted leadership behind it, and the real impact it's already having here in Ventura County. Thank you for your time, for your work, and commitment to your efforts. I also want to thank the members of the community who continue to show up, speak up, and volunteer your time. For 2 months now, we've seen people return, and we've seen new faces at every meeting. That tells us something. Support for action is strong. Just yesterday, our neighbors in Thousand Oaks voted unanimously, 5-0, to contribute $100,000 to this same fund. They put it on the consent calendar. They didn't even have discussion because they saw it as a simple, obvious, and common sense action, stepping up for their community in a moment of need. The Ventura County Neighbors Support Fund already has a proven track record, and VCCF certainly does. It's overseen by respected leaders, it's transparent, and it's focused, providing food, shelter, school support for kids, and stability for small businesses when their workforce is disrupted. Mayor Kildee, 2 meetings ago, you said something that has stayed with me. You stated, I'm supportive of anything locally that we can do to improve the situation here, and I'm totally committed to doing that within the purview of the law and what we can do as council members. Thank you for those words. I'm very happy that tonight we have the opportunity to act on them with a step that is local, lawful, and impactful. Vice Mayor Tennyson, your expertise is in keeping our neighborhoods safe and strong. You and I both know that when families fall into crisis, it is our nonprofits, our city services, and our first responders who feel the strain. When kids are afraid to go to school, when businesses can't keep workers, when families lose stabilities, our problems are compounded with fear. Supporting this fund doesn't conflict with public safety. It reinforces it. Safe, stable families make for safer, stronger neighborhoods. Councilmember Tremblay, I think you'll appreciate from a governance standpoint that Thousand Oaks has done us a favor and already set a clear precedent with a council and a community very similar to ours. And here in Camarillo, as a council, we've already committed ourselves through our adopted goals and objectives. This action aligns directly with those objectives. From our goals, under community enrichment, goal number 2 is to explore opportunities to foster an inclusive and accessible environment for all, including inclusivity and tolerance in our community. Also under community enrichment is goal number 6, which says, explore potential changes to the process and sources of funding with the objective of increasing the level of city financial support for nonprofit organizations serving the community. So the structure is already in place. It's transparent and it's accountable, and the decision is fully within this council's authority. At this point, I'd like to ask the city manager and the city attorney if this matter can be taken in terms of what the council needs to approve tonight at tonight's meeting. And what I mean by that is, I'd like to not have to bring this back for another council meeting. And so I'd like to know what we could do tonight to move this ahead.
Is that a question there? Okay.
It's a-
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I got a point of order. We conduct these meetings so that we don't have audible interruptions because it's disruptive. And we got a lot of snapping of fingers, and this is the third straight meeting where this has happened. It makes it more difficult to hear the speakers. I would respectfully request that you ask the audience not to engage in that conduct, because not only is it indicating particular support or opposing on a particular position, it makes it difficult to hear. So I would ask the chair to remind the audience or to ask the audience not to do that on the grounds that it's disruptive.
Yeah, that would be the request of the chair, if you could refrain from any outward emotions of any kind. Again, we do have kind of this, I don't know if you want to call it a quirky thing in the city, but if you agree with something, you can kind of do this, and that's fine. But as far as making any outward noise of any way, shape, or form, I would really seriously request if we could refrain from that. Okay. All right, so I believe there was a question of, Counselor, did you understand the question?
Yes, I believe the agenda item lists the council policy of 1.04. I don't know it verbatim, but it does indicate that it's for consideration for a future meeting to act on the action. So I know that policy applies if we were going to come back and actually approve some sort of action here. I believe that is the protocol for the practices here at the city. So it's not on the agenda for a particular action. It's only for consideration at a future council meeting. So that's how I read that, and unless, again, there's some interpretation differently, but that's how it's described on the agenda.
Okay, we could do that, but is there, and I'm not saying we want to do this, and from a legal point of view, could we direct the city manager to go into a negotiation, if you will, with this on a number not to exceed whatever that is?
If it would, I think you could probably do that if it's within his authority already, as far as his ability to encumber funds. If it's above that, then I'd say that would need to come back for council actual approval. But if you wanted to give him direction to do certain actions, to look into certain things, for then that to come back and be approved by the full council, yes, you can give him that direction. Or the direction could be to do something within his authority as far as his financial ability to commit city funds, which I believe is $50,000.
Correct.
I believe it's 50, that's 50,000, I believe. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay, did that answer your question, Susan?
That answers my question. And regardless of the direction we go, whether we bring it back or, I would like to throw out the number of 75,000 that we should allocate to the Ventura County Neighbor Support Fund. And that's all I have. Thank you very much tonight.
And as my understanding, just from a legal point of view, that would have to be re-agendized. Is that correct, Counselor?
That is what I would recommend. It would need council action.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Anyone else like to make any comments at this particular point? Mr. Tremblay?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got some preliminary comments because I've withheld my public comments up until tonight. So there are some things that I'd like to chat about in connection with this item. So first of all, to begin with, thank you to everyone who has taken the time to come speak to us either tonight or in prior city council meetings. I want to thank my fellow city council members for their thoughtful views. I've listened carefully and have considered everyone's views. First thing I want to say is that reasonable minds can differ on a topic, particularly a topic that is as difficult as this. Even if I disagree with someone's opinion I can still respect their views. And I want to make sure people don't lose sight of that. First thing I want to address is the actions of the federal administration. This current administration, when it came into office, stated that its focus would be to deport undocumented individuals who were committing crimes. I support that focus. That said, the current administration, to put it politely, has lost its way. ICE's push to deport all undocumented individuals, regardless of their background and lack of criminal history other than entering the country illegally, and especially the administration's perseveration on farm workers and hardworking individuals in workplaces, because it's not just the farm workers. As we were reminded by a speaker prior to this meeting, it's all those who are undocumented, is both wrong and economically stupid. So, what is the federal government's plan now that the border in large part has been secured? This is not a rhetorical question. Is it to deport every undocumented individual in our country? And if so, how is that a solution? Now, that said, this is a federal issue, and it needs to be resolved at the federal level. Councilmember Tennyson said, either at the last meeting or the two prior meetings, he was right when he said at a prior meeting that our community should not be placed in the middle of federal immigration disputes, nor should local agencies serve as enforcers of federal immigration. Councilmember Tennyson also stated that the power to meaningfully change immigration policy doesn't rest with city councils. He's right. The comprehensive immigration reform must come from the federal government. It must be bipartisan, and I blame both parties for not getting it done. We had another speaker earlier tonight blame both parties. I agree with that sentiment. I wish we could have all 535 members of Congress, all the House and Senate members collectively, and executive branch policymakers responsible for immigration issues ensconced in the Longworth Building cafeteria and unable to come out until there's comprehensive immigration reform, until it's enacted. And it would be great in that hypothetical situation if there were more adults in that room, but I'm not holding my breath. By contrast, this is not a city issue. Many speakers in the last couple of council meetings, including many speakers tonight, have come before the council and they've suggested multiple ideas for this council to adopt, including telling ICE to stay out of Camarillo and instructing the Ventura County Sheriff's Office on what it can or cannot do, establishing a legal defense fund for undocumented individuals, et cetera. Well, the suggestions, in my view, and I mean this respectfully, would either be meaningless, like, for example, telling ICE to get out of Camarillo. In fact, one speaker tonight used the term performative. It would either be meaningless or performative, or the suggestions, and this is from a governance standpoint, fail to recognize the city's responsibilities in the lane that this city should stay in. I want to address the subject of Ventura County Sheriff's Office. From where I sit, I believe VCSO is acting appropriately. The VC Sheriff's Office is not collaborating or coordinating with ICE, as some allege. The Sheriff's Office follows California law, as it must, and respects the rule of law, as does the city, as it's obligated to do. I cannot understate the outstanding work and the vital public safety work that the men and women of the VCSO perform every day. Bottom line, I do not support telling the sheriff's office what it can or cannot do. They already have that handled. And I do not support forming a new, or rejecting our current contract with VCSO and forming a new municipal police department. I guess we're still here on 2 items. There were multiple speakers tonight talking about if we sent funds tonight, they were hoping that it would go for a legal defense fund, and there's an issue there in terms of the clarity of what's being proposed that we consider. Establishing a legal defense fund, in my view, is simply not appropriate for the city, nor is it an appropriate use of public funds. The city needs to focus its attention on and use taxpayer dollars to fund essential municipal services that our residents count on us to provide. Water, wastewater, paving the streets, et cetera. I could go on and on that. And the capital costs and the operational costs of those core services are significantly increasing. As to the other issue, specifically in terms of the neighbor support fund for VCCF, it's a more difficult issue. It is a more difficult issue. It's a more challenging issue. First of all, I applaud the existence of the fund, and it's a private initiative established by VCCF. I do acknowledge that the City of Thousand Oaks contributed funds last night on this. There's 2 ways to look at this. The first is that as a threshold issue, it's not appropriate in this unique circumstance to grant public dollars or taxpayer dollars to NGOs. That's one way to look at it. Another way to look at it, and again, reasonable minds can differ, is that from a parallel standpoint, this would be like a grant that the city makes to other NGOs, which we do make those grants to other community NGOs who serve residents of this city and people who live in our community. One very important distinction, though, is that when the city does those grants, the city is in control of that process. The city council is directly accountable for how those funds are utilized by those NGOs. And I mean this with no disrespect because Vanessa's not here anymore, darn it. I've known Vanessa for years as a colleague and a fellow Rotarian. We've donated to the Mountain Fund. I just applaud everything that the VCCF is doing, and I don't mean this in any bad or negative way toward the multiple NGOs that are involved in this. But it is a different situation. Because if the city were to grant funds to VCCF, and those funds then go out to an NGO, there is no control by the city on that process. So there's a challenge. And by the way, I do want to respond. I took really careful notes of many things that the speakers said. And one of the speakers, for example, who was one of the NGOs funded by VCCF, told us that they were mobilizing and got ICE out of the Somas housing, the Somas Ranch Apartments raid, as I believe he put it. I don't want to misspeak. Another speaker specifically asked for funds to go for the immigrant rights movement. And again, I don't mean this in any disrespect. I'm just going through a list of some of the things that, and in addition to that, legal defense funds. There was another speaker who said, gee, we can't distribute funds to non-citizens who knowingly violate federal law. And my counter to that is, well, what do you do with the 3-year-old who is here with his or her parents who can't even form the mental intent to violate federal law? That argument does not ring true with me. They haven't formed an intent to violate any law. They're stuck here. And by stuck here, I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. They're here because their parents are here. But they had nothing to do with it, and they're not going out to violate federal law. Many speakers asked for the funds that we would distribute tonight to go to legal assistance and legal defense funds. And for the reasons I've previously articulated, I do not think that's appropriate. I do not think that's appropriate for the reasons I already talked about. Here's the challenge for me. The challenge for me is there are a lot of things I'm just not aware of in considering a grant of funds like this. I don't know how I would vote on it, but I do know, and I don't know, well, let me start there. I don't know how I would vote on this. I have mixed feelings about this. Number one, the funds would be going, and again, I love the VCCF. I've personally donated funds, my wife and I, to the VCCF on a number of things. And in no way is this a criticism of VCCF or any of the other nonprofits that are in this arena. But I don't know how those funds would be distributed. I don't know who would be responsible for, first of all, I don't know who would be responsible for making those decisions. Open source material, VCCF says, and I quote, that it's a special VCCF committee of quote unquote respected community leaders. That would make the decisions. I have no doubt that they're respected community leaders, but I don't know who they are. Number two, I'm concerned that this would be, I'm not convinced that this would be direct assistance to individuals, to families, either food, for food or other very basic social service needs, and families who have had all kinds of issues arise negatively because of these raids and these issues. I don't know how the funds would be utilized. I don't know whether they would be for social service assistance only, or whether they'd be going for other means, including legal assistance, including, and I'm not denigrating in any way the nonprofit organizations, but many of them focus on policy advocacy. It would not be appropriate, in my opinion, for the city to furnish funds for policy advocacy. The next thing is, I don't know whether or not these funds would be only for residents or families who are in the city of Camarillo, as opposed to other communities. And we've heard a lot of folks, tonight, and I really appreciate all of the speakers on both sides of the issue. We've heard from, 75 to 100 speakers. Up here, and I don't want to speak for anybody but myself, but I'll just tell you, I have to balance the needs of almost 70,000 other people who aren't here tonight, who have not lent their voices one way or the other, and I've got to balance out the issues here with what they would do. So I don't know who's making decisions on commitment of funds. I don't know how the funds would be used. And there aren't the conditions precedent, in my opinion, to say we ought to go ahead and have the city manager negotiate and fund a specific amount of money. I want to emphasize that I haven't made my mind up yet. But what I do know is that there aren't the conditions, at least that have even minimally been talked about, that I can make an informed and intelligent, at least an informed decision on whether or not the city should be providing funds and in what amount. I'm not going to that issue tonight. So I'm not there yet. Where I'm coming from is, if we were asked to vote on this tonight, I would say, can't do it because I don't have enough information. If there's more information that can be developed, and that's consistent with our policy anyway, if I'm understanding Rachel's advice, this is something that has to come back to council. So I would favor asking for some very specific information on very specific conditions that I've articulated. And then when I have that information, then I can make my mind up. And I'm not telegraphing, by the way, one way or the other, which way I would vote. But I don't have that information that I need to make a decision tonight. So, Mr. Mayor, those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Ms. Jennison?
Yes, sir. Mr. Tremblay is accurate. The city does do grant funding to nonprofits and NGOs, but we do it during the regular budget preparation process. The nonprofits that apply for city funds apply for it. The city staff vets these nonprofits. One of the things on the application is how many residents in the city of Camarillo are served by this nonprofit, and what are they served with. Another thing, I believe it is our policy, in the finance policy, that we do not donate funds to nonprofits that are merely a pass-through. And maybe Mr. Uribe can tell me if that's accurate, our finance director.
Yes, that is correct.
So we have a policy that says we don't donate to nonprofits that are merely passing through that money to other nonprofits. Correct?
Also correct.
Okay, thank you. So this is different from what we normally go through. I have made up my mind. I feel very strongly that as the elected city council, we have a fiduciary responsibility to spend taxpayers' money, general tax money, general fund money especially, on essential city services. Infrastructure, public safety, and organizations and events that serve the city of Camarillo. I believe that if we want to support something like VCCF, and if people feel strongly about it, then they can volunteer or make personal donations. So now I'm going to get in trouble because I don't make charitable contributions without discussing them with my wife first. But I will put my money where my mouth is and say tomorrow I'm calling VCCF and giving a personal $500 donation to this fund. And if anybody else feels like matching that or contributing to VCCF, their own individual funds, instead of other people's money, I strongly urge you to do it. Thank you.
Okay, great comments. Council, I want to ask a couple of questions because this has been brought up. The legal aspect of how we can, if in fact there's an interest in this, how do you fund something that does not constitute a gift of public funds or something that the city bylaw cannot do?
Yes, thank you. So gifts of public funds and sort of the case law that comes from that, generally the courts are deferential to legislative bodies' determinations of whether or not expenditures do meet a public benefit. But it does require the council to articulate what that public benefit is, and you want to tie that to your community, and that because of the use of the funds, you do find that it is beneficial to the community. So that typically addresses gifts of public funds challenges, but, you know, it is factual, and I can't say for sure whether in a particular decision, how a court may find that if it was challenged, but I can indicate that if we do have findings that say why that there is a public benefit to the community, again, that there is deference to the legislative body for that.
Okay, thank you. So I had a bunch of stuff written down, but I'm not going to follow it here. We've all been impacted by this. The city camera didn't create this problem. We can't control this problem, and we can't cure this problem, okay? But we have to deal with it because we're a public agency. We have people coming down. They're not going to go up to Sacramento. They're not going to go to Washington, D.C. They're going to come here. That's local politics. That's why, in my opinion, the local politics is the best form, because we live right here with all the rest of you. We shop at the same places. We do a lot of the same stuff. We're all here together. We can't go to Washington and we can't go to Sacramento. We'll go right here. So I agree with everything that's been said with my articulate colleagues here. Best and the brightest that the city has to offer, right up here. And they all make really good, compelling arguments in favor, not in favor of this. Can we control it? Can we not control it? Taxpayers' money, I'm very sensitive to taxpayers' money. It is not our money that we have up here. We do the best we can to try to dole it out into the goods and services, mostly services that affect our residents here, mostly 93010 and 93012 residents. That's specifically why I asked our city attorney whether or not if we could identify a resident of 93010 and 93012. I'm very sensitive about the mental health, especially of the children under 17 that are going through this. We're adults. A lot of us up here have seen a lot, and hopefully we'll see a whole lot more. But the children, and my wife is a teacher, my sister's a teacher, I come from a long history. I've got several friends that are teachers. There's a big impact of children going through this. So I'm going to make a suggestion. Don't know if I'm going to get a second on this, but I'm going to throw it out to my colleagues and see if there's any interest in this. I'm going to ask to direct our city manager to go to the folks up here and not to exceed $50,000 and to negotiate the legal part of this, what we can do, what we can't do with this. City Council has complete discretion on when, with, and how, and ever that this funds are going to be appropriated to. It's going to be focused on 93010 residents and 93012 residents, with emphasis in those that are 17 years and under and mental health that they're dealing with. Because I feel they're the future of our city here. They are the future. Someday they're going to be in leadership roles too. So my suggestion is that A, we direct our city manager to meet with the folks here. Up to $50,000, it comes back either to a committee here, and we have complete control when, with, and how, if this money is going to be appropriated here. So that's, and with all the legal questions have been answered, I know I'm asking a lot of the city manager. There's a whole lot on the plate. I'm trying to give him direction on how we can do this legally and give comfort to the city council here. So I'm going to put that in a form of a motion, and I can restate it if you want. not to exceed 50,000, that we directed the city manager to come and negotiate this to come back to a future city council meeting. We can always talk about this more and talk about the VCFO and the nonprofit, if we can do this and have complete control about how this money is spent. Yes, Mr. Tremblay.
Go ahead. No, I just want to clarify. So you want this to come back?
I want it to come back after our city manager has been negotiating with a lot of the questions, I think, that are very legitimate that have been, come up here to see what we can do as far as this goes.
Mr. Mayor, another question for clarity. You said that you wanted it to come back to a committee. Did you mean that you wanted to come back to city council, or you wanted to come back to a council committee?
It could be either way. I think right now it could probably be brought back to the city council. I don't think a committee necessarily has to do it. We've already had a lot of discussion on
Just
this.
speaking for myself, if this were to come back, it should go to the city council directly. It shouldn't go to a committee.
I can support that.
The next question is, when you say negotiate, the inference is that if the, well, let me back it up a little bit. Let's talk about it a little bit.
Okay.
All right. Is part of your motion that you're asking the city manager to discuss with VCCF all of the concerns raised tonight by council members regarding our concerns for the granting and the utilization of these funds?
Yes.
So
All of that.
It'd be all of those.
All of that.
That
And
I talked
yes.
about, that
Mhm.
you
That
talked about,
Council Member
Council-
Santangelo and Vice Mayor Tennyson has brought up.
that everyone has talked about. And are you inferring by negotiation that you're asking the city manager to come back with a document for consideration by the council? Or are you inferring that it would be something that would be basically approved and coming back to us? Let me try it this way, sorry. It would be coming back to the city council for further consideration on whether or not it ought to be approved, correct?
Yes.
In
and
other
I-
words, it's not like a negotiation where you're negotiating a contract and you're bringing it back and it's almost.
No,
all
I'd
set.
like to be able to have this dealt with tonight, but in lieu of all the very articulate questions that have been brought up, I think that we do need to get some more questions on this before we can go forward on anything. So yes, I would bring that document back at a future council meeting.
And is a further part of your motion that, are you saying that you would restrict use of these funds? No, I think I wrote down what you said. You said an emphasis on minors and mental health issues for minors.
Yes, I
Use these
would.
funds.
Mhm.
Okay. How are you envisioning that those funds would be spent?
I think I'm envisioning they'd be spent on mental health issues for minors that are going through the trauma of what they've gone through, that have a 93010 and a 93012 zip code.
And the providers would be, how would the providers be obtained? In other words, who would be doing the legwork necessary to provide, are these funds going through, and again, I love the VCCF, would these funds be going through VCCF? I can't say it enough. Or would it be something that city staff would be doing?
No, it'd be going through CFF with those that have approached them, and it would come back to the city council for appropriations.
And so the emphasis would be on mental health. Would there be any other, are you suggesting any other uses of the funds?
Not at this particular point, because of the $50,000, I don't think that's a lot of money to be spent on something else at this particular point. I think that's going to be, there's several situations that this could happen to, and I think that's with the $50,000 that it's going to be that.
Well, let me-
But I'm willing to expand that of
Well,
course.
Okay, well, let me reframe it. Are
Mm-hmm.
you suggesting by your motion, or by what you're proposing, I guess, is that the funds be restricted solely to that use, or alternatively to other uses that the city manager, city staff may believe would be important to come before us for consideration?
I think the latter. I think that with emphasis on that, but obviously if there's some other ideas and more appropriate uses of that fund, that I'd certainly be willing to look at that.
Would any of the uses of the fund be for legal defense or legal aid?
No, I would not have any of that, no.
And I further understand that the focus would be on residents within the 93010 and 93012
That's correct.
zip codes, right? So they'd be City of Camarillo
Yes.
residents
Right.
impacted. Okay. I think I've managed to expand your motion by probably 20 questions. I would be in favor of that proposal, but with the caveat that I have not decided how I would vote on that yet. Even if all of those things are, I just want to make it real clear, and I want to make it real clear to the audience, I have not decided personally how I would vote on it.
And I'd like to say for the record, it's not on the agenda, so no one should be making that decision.
There you go.
Yep.
So, okay, because I want to make sure we're okay from a Brown Act standpoint. So, okay, that's it for my questions right now. I think I interrupted Susan.
Is there
No, not at all.
anyone else that wants to?
I was just going to ask if you would be open to leaving the amount to further discussion. If we do bring it back, then have a discussion so that we could discuss the amount rather than decide the amount now.
I had thought about the $50,000 because it's not on the agenda. So I'd like to stick with the $50,000 that I brought up in my motion. I don't have a second yet, but that's the motion.
And, Mr. Mayor, what did you envision in your proposal if funds were to go to VCCF? What would you envision in your proposal be, from a transparency standpoint and an audit standpoint, how the funds, to look at how the funds are distributed and to make sure that they're distributed in a manner that the city would feel satisfied or are being done appropriately? Again, I don't mean that in a negative way, because typically the city staff controls that process. In other words, if we Councilmember Tennyson talked about that from an application standpoint. We would have far more control in that instance than in this. So anyway, that's my
It
question.
actually would go back to a committee, and then the committee with the recommendation would come back to the city council about whether or not we want to appropriate that in that way.
Well, I would hope that you would say that it just should come back directly to the full to council.
We can certainly,
rather than do a committee.
well,
But
we
if you wanna-
we can bring it back to the full council. My goal here is to have a full council discussion on the appropriation of these funds. Now, how we get there, we can talk about that, but if it's the best way to bring it back to a full council, I can support that.
Well, I think that'd be, my own personal view is that would be the quickest, most efficient way to decide the issue one way or the other, is to bring it back before, well, we have 4 members of council, the full council in that respect.
I would agree that it shouldn't go to committee. I think it should just come directly back to us.
Anything, David? Okay, so you've heard my my proposal. I've not heard anybody second it yet, so. Okay, well.
And are we clear on the first? Everyone's clear on what the motion is then?
You clear
'Cause
about
that's,
that?
you know, the city manager's going to have.
Oh, I figured you were going to do that. I
It
knew
sounds-
I was
I'm
going to
not-
do that.
It sounds like that there's direction to the city manager to work with the foundation to see if the issues that were brought up here can be addressed, provide that information in the staff report, and with whatever right now it talks about a $50,000 amount, that will be brought back to the council at the future meeting. At that time, the city council then can make a decision if that's something that they are now wanting.
You here tonight would need to give us that direction. So it sounds like you've done that, and we will begin working on it tomorrow morning.
Okay. All right, so does that, Counselor, does that take a second on that? Or can it just be a direction from
Well,
the mayor?
I don't know what Greg was saying. It's just direction is all you need to bring
Is
that item
to bring
back.
us back on a future agenda item. So actually,
Okay.
that's consistent with policy 1.04, which is the reason tonight's item is really to direction to bring it back in more details. I think you could potentially give me some certain other direction, but I think bringing it back is consistent with the policy. So we'll do that.
Is that correct? So we do not have to vote. We can do this as just direct.
To bring it
just
back, you need to
bring it
vote
back.
to bring it back.
Bring it back to a future agendized item.
Okay.
Correct? We have agreement with council members on this?
Yeah, I'm okay with that as a direction with the caveats I've already given.
Okay.
I just see a question from Mike. I'm wondering if we should.
I'm sorry. Oh, do you have a question? I'm sorry. Here. Sure. Come on.
Or an
Come on up.
answer. We have an answer.
Sure. Sorry, I didn't see you raise your hand.
That's okay.
Apologize.
So, two quick things. Number one, certainly there is no negotiation. You're directing it. This is just like a donor-advised fund, like a scholarship would be. And you would set the parameters of who, where, and when. The negotiation is really just a conversation with the city manager around being precise around what it is you want to see the funds used for, just like we do with everything else. That is what community foundations do. So we would make sure it's designated only for citizens of the city of Camarillo with this set of stipulations and this sort of reporting that would come back to you to give you the visibility. In terms of the decision-making, that would be another piece of the conversation in terms of whether you would want a special committee made up of folks that you appoint to decide on the allocations and where things go and how it's reimbursed. Totally open to that. The committee that we have right now is chaired by Jeff Dean, the former sheriff, Bruce Stinsley from EDCVC, Cesar Morales, VCOE's state superintendent, and a local business person. But we can set up a special Camarillo specific, just like we do with any of the other 408 funds that we've got. So
Okay.
pretty straightforward.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So I think, do we have direction there then? Okay, I think we do, and we'll see everybody in the not-too-distant future, and we'll have another discussion on this. All right, so, Counselor, do we have a,
Oh, we'll have
Gonna put it
Martita
up?
come back
Yeah.
real quick.
I'll get her. Oops. We can adjourn.
I have to get Marchita here.
Yeah, when she comes back.
Yeah, we are. As soon as, I thought we'd wait until have Marchita back.
Sorry, I should turn on my mic. Ask for that. Okay.
Yes, and yes, we did
Anything
conduct for closed session. We did conduct closed session earlier today on the 4 items that were listed on the agenda, and there was no reportable action taken in closed session on those items.
Okay, so that's going to get us back down to the adjournment. Do you have, Carrie, that will adjourn in the memory of?
We should have a slide.
Yeah, do we have a slide here? Yeah, okay, we're going to adjourn in the memory of John W. Borcher Jr. And a lot of us that have been here for quite a while knew John very well. John comes from an agricultural family, outstanding individual. John was very positive about Camarillo, loved his city, loved his county. He used to tell me that he loved to dig his hands in the soil and feel that Ventura County soil. That really, that was really something that motivated him to go. And my condolences to his wife, Nancy, and their family. And John was a giver. John supported a lot of nonprofits, a lot of, especially in the agricultural community. He was a very staunch Roman Catholic here and supported a lot of people in a lot of different ways. He's very supportive of the council here in Camarillo. He used to tell me that he would not want to live any other place, and John was the type of person that he meant what he said what he meant, and he meant what he said, and just an outstanding person. And I don't know how old you're supposed to be when you pass away, but I think we lost a real beacon of the county and our city far too young, too early, and I'm going to really miss him. I'm going to miss John and his smile and his. He had a great personality, and he knew citrus. Boy, did he know citrus! So, and he was never ashamed of talking about that too. How important it was to the Ventura County, economy here. So, John was a mover and shaker, and Godspeed, John, until we meet again. So I don't know if anybody else wants to have anything to say about John, but if not, we'll adjourn in the memory of John W. Borcher Jr.